welcome. You have all made it to the London Freedom Talk. This is the second Freedom Talk out of 3. Our last one was in Amsterdam. Were any of you there at the Amsterdam Freedom Talk? By show of hands. Okay, a few of you. And anybody intend on going to the Berlin Freedom Talk next weekend? Oh, we got a few hands. Amazing. So it sounds like there were a few train delays and hiccups, so a few people will still be trickling in. And really, we are just grateful to have all of you here at this second Freedom Talk, which is part of the 2025 God Tour. So this is the first time we've done a tour like this, a God Tour. And the intention, Bentinho's intention with this, is to teach the forgotten art of knowing God directly. And he wanted to make that as accessible and available as possible to as many people as possible. And that's why these events are free in major cities around the world, around Europe. So I've got a few, bless you. I've got a few announcements really quick, and then we will welcome Bentinho. So here's what our day will look like. First of all, we'll have a 2-hour segment with Bentinho. We may or may not do some Q&A in this first segment, depends on what Bentinho feels. Then we'll have a break. The break will be about 45 minutes long, and you can grab snacks outside here at the bar, coffee, tea, healthy little snacks that you can pay for. And then you'll be back after about 45 minutes for another hour and a half, 2-hour segment with Bentinho, which will be mostly Q&A. After that, by the way, the whole team will be here out in the hallway by the bar where you can hang out with us and have some coffee and tea and snacks. So we'll be available to hang out and chat about whatever you want to chat about. Please check your phones and make sure they are silenced. Take a minute to do this. There's always that rogue alarm that goes off in the middle of an event. There's free water bottles, glass bottles, sparkling and still water in the back, and there are water stations where you can fill up your water bottles. The bathrooms, there are 2 restrooms all the way down at the end of this hall, and there's another one nearby right here. No recording, please, with your phones, no recording. We are live streaming. Hello, live streamers. So you'll be able to watch this recording back after the event, so no need to record also. If we do a Q&A section, which we will at some point, wait until the microphone arrives to you. So Bentinho will initiate the Q&A section. Raise your hand if he calls on you. Wait until the mic comes to you. So don't just shout out from your seat. Wait until the microphone comes to you. Does everybody understand this point? Wait until the microphone comes to you and stand up when you're speaking so that other people and the cameras can see you. Also, how to hold the mic. So for whatever reason, it's tempting for people to hold the mic like this and talk with their hands or hold the mic down here. And you guys can hardly hear me when I do that, right? So please hold the mic the way I'm holding it now, close to your mouth, like this. You can kind of go here or here. Just keep the mic close to your mouth. And if you need anything during the day at all from anyone on the team, just approach anybody with one of these lanyards. Okay, we can wait for Bentinho to arrive. Thanks, everyone.
Testing. Yeah. All right, well, good start. Anyone who has not been to one of my events or is not familiar with my work, raise your hand. Okay, sweet. Welcome. Thank you so much. Apologies for the weird introduction. Doesn't happen that frequently, but it happens sometimes. All right, let's take a little meditative moment together before I begin. So just relax. Take a deep breath. And relax. Close your eyes if you prefer. Take another deep breath. And relax. Take another deep breath. And whatever tension you might notice in your body, just relax it when you exhale. All right, and then I would like you to notice, just take your attention and place it on this feeling or sense of being. So simply notice or acknowledge the fact that you exist. It's this deep inner feeling that everyone has of I exist. And just for a few seconds at a time, even for 1 second, acknowledge this underlying feeling that you exist. It's more like a knowing. It's not really a feeling like any other feeling. It's a deep, subtle inner knowing of simply existing. And there's something unique about this quality that's always with you. And that is that it's always with you. Unlike any other quality in your life, unlike any other emotion, feeling, data, knowledge, perspective, this one is always with you. There's one thing that never leaves you. And this is our gateway to understanding what religion means with the word God, what science means with the word reality, or the nature of reality. And again, notice that right now, all that you can truly acknowledge about yourself, that everyone here has in common, is the fact that we're aware. This presence of awareness. There's a knowing of your thoughts as they appear. This awareness is not the thoughts, by the way. It's not the thinking mind. It's not knowledge in that way. It's a formless knowing that remains with you, with or without thoughts, with or without beautiful emotions, with or without painful emotions, with or without dramatic stories, beliefs, perspectives. Everyone in this room has different beliefs, different ideas, different ways of thinking and perceiving. So in that sense, all of you are different, unique. But underneath all that, in that stable presence of I exist, you all share the same fundamental reality. And it's this reality that I wish to guide you into today, that I wish to talk about. And in a sense, it's this deeper reality in me that's speaking to the deeper reality in you. It's this never absent presence in me that's trying to evoke a recognition within and of this deeper consciousness within you. Because again, there's nothing in existence, there's no experience we can ever have, in other words. No experience we can ever have that does not require, that is not reliant upon, that's not based in I exist. Which is synonymous with that which is aware. And the beauty about this doorway, this gateway, this presence, because it is a doorway to God. You could say it is God. And I'll explain that a little bit more in a bit. But the very nature of yourself, which is what this talk is all about, equals the nature of reality. It equals the fundamental nature of all perception, of all things. It is the stable ground of all appearances, of everything known. So I want you to try to find a memory of your life. It can be a recent one from today, being on the train or driving over here. Or it can be an older memory. It really doesn't matter. Find a memory. And tune in to the fact that the same present awareness, the same underlying I exist, which hears my voice right now without effort, was perfectly present while you were driving over here or while you were on the train. Take any memory, take maybe even a slightly painful memory from the last 2 weeks, where you felt some conflict, where you felt some trepidation, where you felt some frustration, some form of suffering or anxiety. And don't worry, you won't have to stay there very long, but just as a practice, conjure up a memory where you were not extremely happy. And acknowledge, notice how in that perception, in that experience, this same sense of I exist was lurking in the background, just patiently present, as if timeless. So there was a deeper presence with you that was not moved, that was not swayed by the thoughts you were having about that situation or about yourself, perhaps. There was a deeper presence. Therefore, also you can say deeper freedom, because this opens up a dimension of something that perhaps you hadn't paid attention to before, that can begin to enter your life fully, radiantly, luminously, if you begin to notice this I exist presence, this aware, sentient power of knowing, this power which both is, it is, meaning I exist or being, and it is aware, it is alive, it knows, it sees, it witnesses your every thought without effort. So it's deeper, it's just a deeper level of yourself than whatever you are consciously thinking about and engaging with. But it's always there. Now, pick a memory where you were excited, where you were happy, where you were filled with promise, joyful. And see if you can acknowledge that the same background, fundamental basis of being sentient, of being alive, of existing, was equally present to that perception as well. And see if you can begin to sense the freedom in this. What if you could have a supreme sense of stability about you? Not neutrality, that's different. Not neutrality, but stability. An ongoing, stable presence that continuously announces itself to you. That continuously makes itself known to you. Where this deeper awareness shines forth, if you will, shines through your thoughts, your experiences of whatever is going on in that moment. This recognition, this realization is the beginning of freedom. An inner freedom that is unshakable. It's already unshakable, that's the beauty here. You might not feel unshakable yet. You might not think of yourself as unshakable just yet. You might not think of yourself as always clear just yet. But through simply listening, through simply giving this a chance, and seeing what I'm pointing to within your own experience, because I'm not trying to convert you into anything, just trying to show you what is present at the very basis of every sentient being. And it is this indescribable, mysterious, but undeniably clear presence of something. We don't even have to call it anything. We don't have to call it God. We don't have to call it the nature of reality. We don't have to call it awareness. But just notice that there is something at the root of every single one of your experiences, without which you would not be able to have that experience. And you see the beauty and the freedom in this when you really begin to capitalize on this, when you really begin to harness this power, when you begin to let it shine forth, be known to you consciously, because it's already perfect, it's already timeless, it's already changeless, it's already stable. It's ever clear no matter what arises for you. No matter what experience you have, it is clear, it is stable, it's ongoing. Already. So the trick here is simply to align this little moving mechanism we call our attention span, or our mind, that goes from left to right, object to object, sensation to thought, and so on. Constantly describing, addicted to the describing of what it perceives. You know, you're always describing something, almost always, unless you're sleeping or maybe meditating. But this habit to use attention outwardly, to always go outside of this presence, and to forget about this presence, is the cause of all misery. It's the cause of all forgetfulness. It's the cause of all confusion. The nature of reality, the nature of God, what God is, and again, feel free in a bit to ask me any question about that or share any confusion or idea you have about this. But for now, I'll stick to my own terminology, and you can see how, if you can find what I'm pointing to. So the fact that the nature of God is always with you is this precious gift that's hiding in plain sight. And what's clouding this vision? What's making us so confused? What's ushering us into conflict and desperation and speculation and philosophy and debates and these things? The nescience, the not knowingness of the nature of what is, the nature of reality, the nature of God, the only thing that can actually exist or be, that from which everything is made, which is so clearly here right now, as much as it's ever going to be here right now. What obscures that is purely and solely the habit to describe what you experience. And there's profound wisdom, insight, immediate, incisive insight available to you that cuts through all philosophy, it cuts through all speculation, it cuts through all doubts. The reason I can talk about this confidently is not because I've come to some kind of a conclusion about the nature of God in my mind. I've not come to a philosophical conclusion for myself. I've simply been looking. I've been looking directly. And I've noticed that there is an aliveness, a sentience, an intelligence that's at the heart of every single one of my experiences without fail. It never, ever, ever leaves me. And this is not unique to me, is what I'm saying. That's the message. Otherwise, I wouldn't even speak. The fact I'm speaking is because I see it so clearly present in every being that I meet. And then I see them completely oblivious to it at the same time. And that's unfortunate. Because it doesn't have to be that way. You do not have to suffer. So the knowing of God, which is the knowing of self, capital S, if you will, the knowing of I am. What is this I am? What is this mysterious quality that you exist, that everything in your life is based on, without which nothing else could be known? This aware principle, this intelligence that you know exists within you, by which you gauge everything in your life. Without knowing it, you gauge everything by it. It's like this constant screen on top of which your movie is being played out. But similarly to when you watch a movie in theaters, how many minutes out of the 2-hour movie do you recognize the screen? Let's say there's a really intense, dramatic, suffering-filled moment being portrayed in the movie. And it's painful, or it's maybe some kind of a horror scene or a dangerous scene, an unpleasant scene. The screen itself doesn't budge, doesn't move. It's not involved in the drama, but it's completely present. The screen is intimately indivisible from the movie you're watching. Can you see that as an analogy? You cannot separate the movie from the screen. The same applies to what we call the nature of perception, experience, which is all we know life to be. We've never known life outside of experiences. Have you ever noticed this? You cannot say that life is this or that thing, or this or that planet, or this or that force of physics, without talking about an experience. So the term experience, perception, life, as we know it, these are all synonymous. Reality, what we call reality, the reality out there. You cannot talk about reality out there without first having awareness, which equals existing. Awareness is, clearly, otherwise you couldn't hear my voice. Even denying that you exist proves awareness of the question and the answer. So there is this deeper, mysterious, but clear presence, intelligence of being aware. So you cannot talk about realities, you cannot speculate, you cannot philosophize, you cannot do science, you cannot be religious without that involving awareness or existence, plus some kind of experience within that awareness, some kind of experience that that awareness is perceiving, which is the movie in that sense, the movie of your life. But so often we think we're actually talking about real things out there, and we forget to stay really close and scientific, present to what's actually going on. When you describe the stars out there, when you look at your astrological chart or astronomy, or you're talking about experience. You're talking about your experience of your astrology chart, which is an experience. You're talking about the thought, the imagination of the stars out there, the constellations, the alignments, and so forth, or whatever new findings our telescopes have made. you're talking about an experience. When someone describes something real that happened to them in the past, you're talking about an experience. So name one thing that's not an experience. If we're really honest with our experience, then we cannot claim that we know anything besides experience. Now, we can assume that there is something out there. That's cool. We can assume it. We can think, believe, like a religious person would. Someone with superstition, perhaps, or someone who is just believing in something. We can believe, we are free to believe what we want. But we cannot claim scientifically, we cannot claim purely, without beliefs, we cannot claim that we know for sure that everything we call reality out there has an existence apart from all we know, which is experience. Have you noticed this before? So, when we do spiritual work on ourselves, when we try to awaken, when we try to find out what is true, which is really all that spirituality is about, if it's cleanly exercised, then we have to deal with all that we know. What do we know for sure? What do you know for sure? What can you know for sure about life? What can you say without assumption? There's very few things you can claim without making an assumption about something, without imagining it. What can you say without imagining anything? About anything? About yourself. So right now, just being here, what can you say for sure that doesn't need any assumptions? What can you say about reality? Anyone here who's not aware? Anyone here who does not exist? Who does not have some kind of existing? Okay, so we can say that for sure. And you have an experience. Within this existence, within this awareness, you are experiencing something that you could or could not describe, something that you could or could not define, but call it form, call it perception, call it experience. Sometimes I call it appearances, because having taken this line of investigation all the way, what I've realized is that what we think of as reality is more like an appearance. You know, when you wake up from your dream at night and you realize the entire dream reality was an appearance. So the nature of experiences, aka what we call life and reality, because we don't know reality apart from experience. So the nature of it, how it functions, is like an appearance. It appears to or within I am, or I exist. Or as religions call it, the great I am, for instance. The universal I am, God's I am. I am that I am. Other than that, I've not found anything that I can state without making an assumption. Now, some assumptions are safe assumptions or valid assumptions, and we're free to assume. But we cannot say with certainty anything beyond those two things. I exist, this existence is aware, and I know of this experience. So to keep it really pure, to keep it really direct with your own experience, to maintain the scientific investigative attitude in a pure fashion, so that we don't go into this belief system, that belief system, and this is what I believe about God or about myself or about the nature of reality, and this is what you believe about it. Because these are all the differences, these are all the waves on the ocean, these are all the appearances. But if we want to know the common denominator, what's the common ground of all? Which is one of the descriptions of God, is it not? It's that it is the common ground of everything. It is the root, the source, the essence of all that is. That's one of the ideas, one of the definitive ideas about what would define God. It's that it is the common ground of all things equally. And what is the common ground of all things equally when you don't assume anything about that, when you don't go out of your way to speculate on that, but you just look directly. Use this gift of attention, of awareness, and look directly. It's not rocket science. It's not difficult. What is the common ground, the common denominator of every experience? Yeah, you, me. Another word for God is me. Now this sounds like blasphemy. To anybody religious in here that feels free to raise their hand? Classically religious in that sense? No? Okay. So easy crowd? Maybe, yeah, I think she left, huh? So, well, that was one nice demonstration of stability as well. The fact that someone could come in here shouting and you guys remained relatively calm, it seemed. It was another experience that arose. It was another appearance. She had a lot of descriptions in her mind that she believed in. I don't know what they were. I don't know who she was as a person. But she was believing feverishly, like religiously believing in whatever she was thinking, describing about whatever she has experienced. It sounded like she was blaming me for a lot of things in her life, from what I could make out from what she was saying. So we have experiences, we suffer for certain reasons that are avoidable, which we can get more into. And without self-awareness, without self-control, her mind did what her mind knows to do, which our minds do as well when it's just let loose all day long. And that is, we come up with a description. We come up with a point of view, a point from which to view the nature of experiences. So we feel a sensation, an emotion, maybe physical pain. There's a circumstance we define as, I don't prefer the circumstance in my life. Those are already descriptions. All of these already cause the suffering. And you can train yourself to stay free of that mechanism. Without denying life, without denying the emotions, without suppressing anything. This is a holistic, complete, all-inclusive path. But it does lead to freedom from suffering. To know God does equal redemption, as they would say in religion, which is, in my terminology, would simply be freedom or liberation or awakening. So to know yourself is to know God. But you must know yourself beyond your descriptions. So she had a lot of descriptions, and then when we cultivate a description about something that we experience, we begin to believe in it. That's when our awareness collapses. This 360 awareness, which right now is aware of the whole room here. It includes every component of the painting, of the movie, of your experience. So again, not this focalized attention point. Like right now you can focus on my voice, for instance, my words. That is awareness focused. You could say that as attention or consciousness. But simultaneous to that, even when you collapse into tunnel vision, even when you become very focused, very myopic on one thing, that's your focus. But that focus exists within a sort of empty, space-like knowingness that never leaves you. Even when you're completely unaware of awareness, this nature of awareness, this nature, this natural awareness, this intrinsic awareness, is aware of you being focused. So even when you're being focused on a thing, a description, you're completely religiously believing in an idea about God or life or me or whatever, at the same time, all the time, always, and this is its gift to humanity, we lack the quality of always. That's why we're such an erratic, chaotic species. We lack the quality of always. Always, this is there present simultaneously, and you can develop this switch, it's an inner attention switch. It's subtle. It's a subtle switch. You got to find it. You got to identify how that works, how you can apply a recognition of the screen while the movie is being played. The movie of your life is happening on the screen of God, on the screen of your nature, the essence of I am. But once you find that switch, and you keep flipping it, something happens, your mind describes it, you catch yourself, and you recognize this space-like presence of awareness, which effortlessly holds, encompasses, includes, massages almost, the appearance, the experience, as well as your mental focus and description of the experience. Everything you can possibly experience is always basking in, it's always rested in, it's always held by, it's always encompassed by God. So in that sense, the nature of self, or God, is always with you, and it is always loving you, and it is always patient with you, and it is always present to you, and it is always listening to you, in the form of this intelligent, ingraspable, yet tangibly here, I exist. This field of existence itself. So there's nowhere you can go, there's nothing you can do or not do where you are not there as that deeper nature of existence, aka God, God's nature. So this is profoundly liberating, even just this aspect. It has other aspects like brilliance or luminosity, like unconditional love, the end of impatience, complete ease in the midst of every experience, stability, and so on and so forth. But one of the facets of this diamond is its timelessness. It doesn't partake in the illusion of time. And what's time? What is time other than an idea or description about the fact that there is an experience that changes? We can say experiences change, they morph. The painting changes, the movie changes. Right now it changes, my hands are moving, your feelings are changing, your thoughts, whatever it is. So there is change, granted, fairly safe to assume. Even that's an illusion ultimately, but it's a fairly safe illusion. But then we add another layer to that. We then interpret that to mean that there was something that came before that is really existent, and there's something that's going to come after that's really externally existent. So that's our interpretation, our description of the changing, shifting nature of experiences. The changing nature of experiences does not prove time. Time is an idea. And if you rest in this awareness, if you learn to recognize this awareness and its presence, its aliveness, its vividness, its freedom, you will also recognize that its nature does not partake in that idea, that illusion of time. In other words, it is always here. It's always with you. It's always you. There's an aspect, a level of you that's always you. And again, as a species, we are lacking this quality. We have not infused, we have not embodied an experiential quality of timelessness, of changelessness, of consistency, which, if you were to rely on that more and more, on that seeing, that knowing, you would gain a stability that doesn't leave you, which also comes with, it has many beautiful qualities that are intrinsic. One of these being confidence. Because from this changelessness, from this stability, where things can happen, they can come and go, they can come and go, they can come and go. Sometimes people call it detachment or whatever. It can come and go. From this recognition of what's stable, there's a confidence that emerges, which further liberates you from your own thoughts, your own ideas, your own insecurities, your low self-esteem, perhaps. All the qualities ascribed to God more and more become part of your experience, your direct, conscious, lived experience. Anyone who has trouble recognizing this background experiential screen of I exist. Everyone can acknowledge that they exist? Mm-hmm. And do you have a question about it? Would you like to clear that up?
Well, it doesn't really mean anything to me. It's, yeah. I don't really follow your teachings or anything, but yeah.
But can you acknowledge or recognize it, or does it kind of evade you, elude you?
Well, I guess I know I exist because of experience.
Sorry?
I know I exist, or this existence because I experienced something.
Yes. And so, okay, so there's one thing to think that, but the real magic, where that inner attention switch that can set you free from all suffering is in being able to recognize it experientially without even thinking about it. So right now, can you recognize the presence of the experiential presence of I exist? So not the words I exist, but can you directly experience the nature, the fact that you are, or that you're aware? It adds a clarity to it. When you find it, it's subtle at first, but when you lock on, when your attention, the mental attention, sort of plugs into that motherboard of this deeper reality, this deeper awareness, before thought, it comes with a sense, even in the beginning, it comes with a sense of clarity, a sense of, that's fun to notice. Okay, it's a noticing, it's a clear cognizance, it's a recognition. Can you identify that? No? Okay. Have you ever tried to stop thinking for a second? Not for an hour at a time, but just for like 2 seconds.
I guess I struggle to do that.
That's a thought. Right? Do you notice that there is something that exists before your thoughts, prior to? If thoughts are sort of over here, like in front of your awareness, then there is a deeper nature, there's a deeper presence, a deeper dimension of awareness that is knowing the thought. Does the thought know you, or do you know the thought?
I know the thought.
Awesome. So can you then ask yourself, what is this I? Not as a philosophical question. It's like you want to just ask that question to have your attention discover, like uncover, the experiential, the direct, immediate, intimate awareness of that awareness. But it's incredibly powerful, even if you just see that, hey, wait a second, my thoughts are appearing to me. If you, that's great that you can have that experience, that you can recognize that. Because if you even just stay with that for a little bit, if you practice that for a few days, like, okay, let me acknowledge, let me not just acknowledge as a thought, but let me acknowledge in the presence of my direct experience that my thoughts do not know I, but I, something. I know my thoughts. If you can keep repeating that for short moments during the day, it will begin to become clear. This inner attention switch, this magical switch to freedom, will become accessible. It might be a little rusty at first. You might need to grease the grooves, but it will then be accessible to you. Once you really find it experientially a few times, clearly, you can always flip that switch. Any sense of this deeper experiential reality yet? No? But you did say you acknowledge that you are aware of the thoughts, no? So does that not come with any sense of clarity?
No, not really.
No? Okay, cool. Good for now, thank you.
Thanks anyway.
Yeah. And another thing you can try, and everyone can try this, it is very powerful, but people often believe they cannot do this. And if you can stop your thoughts for 2 seconds, if you can just stop thinking for 2 seconds, while maintaining an alertness, an awareness of what remains, I mean, that's it, you've found it. It's the beginning of it. It's only the beginning of that fountain fully bursting with all of its beautiful qualities. But it is the beginning of that fountain. It is the beginning of God awareness. It is the beginning of God consciousness. And just more and more, it just starts to pervade and permeate your life and every perception and every appearance until you can no longer separate this out from the very fabric of existence itself. It's like everything is lit up from the inside out with this quality of clear knowing. And at some point it's no longer dependent on your efforts. It's just the way it is, as it's always been. But you're unclouded now, simply by befriending it, simply by experientially recognizing it over and over and over again. You are liberated from your own ignorance or nescience, your own forgetfulness. Naturally, very naturally. This happens very naturally. It's already accomplished, in a sense. But if you can stop, I'll get to you in 1 second, thank you. So if you can stop thinking for 2 seconds and remain alert to what remains, you will notice it's this indescribable, like space. It's not exactly space in the spatial sense, but it's spacious. It's like space. Awareness. I mean, consciousness, if you will, if you prefer. This knowingness. So just try for 2 seconds, try to stop thinking. Don't believe you can't do it. Just say, no, I can do it. I can. Everyone can stop thinking for 2 seconds. Everybody can stop thinking for 2 seconds. Pretend you're sucking all the oxygen out of the mind, out of the thinking mind, by becoming so present. And this is where the power of now comes in, as you're maybe familiar with Eckhart Tolle's book. It's that beautiful initial meeting point where if you just become so present to something, doesn't matter what it is, but just becoming so present here and now. Like you can even look at your finger, silly as it sounds. You can look at a finger or your hand, and if you become so present to the shape, the texture of the skin, for instance, like pick one detail, like the texture of those thin little vein-like textures on your skin, and become so present to that that at some point you notice your thoughts slow down naturally because you're sucking the oxygen of randomness and scatteredness out of the mind by being so present to one little detail within perception. Now then, if you can recognize in those few seconds, and you don't have to be perfectly thoughtless, but you will notice the thoughts decrease. And there might be gaps where there's no thought, but you still exist. In that moment, you recognize there is a distinction between what you experience and the presence which is doing the experiencing, the awareness which is knowing the experience. So if you can stop thinking, which means stop imagining, stop describing anything about anything. Don't want anything from anything. Don't try to get anywhere. For just a second, you stop completely. No descriptions needed. And then in that moment, what is there? What remains? What's the nature of that? Can you recognize this spacious clarity? Now again, that's just the beginning. Okay, that's the beginning. But it's already much clearer than any thought could ever be. You could have the most conclusive, awesome, deeply investigated thought about the nature of reality, about what is true for you, like a profound insight. But I'd like you to know that when you stop that thought, when you stop your biggest insight, you stop it. You give it up. You surrender even your biggest insight. The most profound thought you know about anything. about God, about yourself, about life, when you give that up for just 2 to 5 seconds, you can go back to it later, but for 2 to 5 seconds, you suck all the oxygen out of that descriptive mind creature. You just don't allow it. You just do not tolerate describing anything. You say no. A big, massive, million-mile high sign that says, no. Stop. You remain present. The beingness that remains, the awareness that remains. That clarity, even the beginning stages of it, because this is like a trajectory, it's like a spectrum, it just gets brighter and brighter and brighter. And that's when you get into the, the spiritual realizations and things that you hear about in books, and oh my God, I had an awakening and it was like this and that. And it's not about those experiences, but you will gain deeper and deeper understanding of all this. But even the beginning stages of recognizing the clarity that is here, the awareness that's here, without which you couldn't have your biggest insight, and you couldn't have your biggest moment of pain and suffering either. That simple, clear equality is more precious, it's more wise than your biggest insight about anything you've ever had. Because the biggest insight, the most important insight you've ever had, has no nature of its own. Its boss, its master, its basis, its nature, its foundational essence is that which knows it. And when the insight disappears, or you forget about the insight, because life happens, right? You got to go do groceries, and you have an argument with your partner, or you want to create a beautiful business, whatever it is, all perfectly fine. But that you're not always clinging to that insight. You're not always looking at life from that point of view, of that biggest, most important insight. So if you dare to drop even your biggest insight, what you then realize as the basis of that insight, the source of that insight, is always with you. It is always with you. And even just in that quality alone of it being always with you, it's much more precious and valuable and liberating than that big, giant, beautiful insight. So the nature of everything equally, this is the power here. It's the nature of everything equally. It's not another state. It's not something you have to maintain, ultimately. Because it's not something you create. It's here now. I'm telling you, it is here right now. Your liberation is here right now. It's already free. What you are is already free. This awareness which knows this room is in its own nature already free. So freedom, enlightenment, illumination, God realization, union with the Creator, all these fancy terms, they start in a recognition that there is something here which is equally present to all experiences, high or low. Again, this is not neutrality, it's a transcendent, ever-present, different. You can have positive qualities, exalted qualities. You can have negative qualities, painful qualities. You can have neutral qualities. But those are the shifting tides. Those are the movie. Even, again, your biggest insight, mentally, your biggest philosophical insight into the nature of reality is nothing but another scene in the movie. Now, what's more profound? The most epic scene in that movie, or the screen which was there the whole time? What can reliably give you freedom? What would be a truer knowledge of the nature of the movie? Is it that beautiful epic scene that you're chasing, trying to hold on to, trying not to lose perhaps, which could be a relationship, it could be a career, it could be financial status, it could be some spiritual experience. But those are the shifting states. What's true about you don't care about those states. It doesn't care. It doesn't care. It doesn't care how you feel. It loves it because it's inseparable from it. Like the movie is inseparable from the screen, but it doesn't care at the same time. And this is where that great equanimity comes from. And like I'm saying, this is just the beginning. This equanimity, this natural ease that's present no matter what appears, good or bad, which is already fucking prized possession to have. It's not a possession, but even just that alone would save humanity from itself, so to speak. But I'm telling you, this is the beginning. It's the beginning of of an infinite awakening that's not a state change. It's difficult to describe, but it's not a change in your movie, although it will also shift your movie. It will change what is being projected as your life, but that's secondary. But I'm not talking about, okay, the beginning, when you realize the screen, and I say, oh, that's just the beginning. I'm not saying, and then you will go into an epic movie that is even greater than the screen. There's nothing greater than the screen. The movie absolutely relies on the screen. But when I say that's just the beginning, what I mean is, when you recognize the screen at first, it's a very dim sort of realization. It's already clear, there's an equanimity, there's a realization of, oh my God, I can rest in a stability that doesn't change. I can rest in a consistency that does not waver. There's an imperturbable presence about me. That's the beginning of well-being. But that well-being, the clarity with which you know the screen, independent of your states of mind, your states of emotions, your state of your circumstances, the conditions of your life, what you think you know about life, all of that doesn't matter to this realization. It's the beginning of knowing God. And at first, you maybe wouldn't call that God. That's why I also say it's the beginning. You would just call it, there's this clear evenness about my experience right now. I can see that it's all sort of happening within me or to me. It's coming, it's going, it's changing form. But there's some indescribable sameness about me. There's just a basis. But then that knowledge increases, that direct experience turns brighter. I don't know how else to put it. It just becomes more and more illuminated. Hence the term enlightenment, perhaps. It becomes more illuminated, more clear. And it's like it absorbs everything, every thought you've ever had, every painful emotion you've ever had, every chasing of a blissful experience you've ever had. Any memory, it transmutes it into itself. The screen now becomes self-evident, no matter what's appearing. And it comes ultimately with a great sense, a knowing, a transcendental knowing of oneness, that nothing in the screen can affect this oneness, and this oneness is one with whatever is appearing in your life. So it unleashes a love and intimacy with everything in your perception. It's very difficult to describe in conventional terms, because it transcends the mind. But it's real. And this discovery just unfolds, and it unfolds. It becomes clearer, and it begins to outperform, you could say, outshine all the bells and whistles and the trinkets and the items within your movie. And this is where simple ease and well-being starts to become a deep, profound, all-encompassing peace and bliss and an intimate knowing of God, which at first still kind of feels like this bigger version of this clarity, or like this giant universal I am as opposed to your individual I am. But the more you keep resting in this basic recognition of that which is, as it clarifies, as it brightens, even the distance between the great I am and your I am, or between God and your individual consciousness, disappears, collapses. And then you can literally know that all of existence exists inside of, indivisible from, what you are. And you cannot get this with the mind. But what you can get is a short moment of recognizing the presence that's already here, which is unswayed by thought, unswayed by descriptions. And you can simply relax. You're like, oh my God, let me try to abide in this for a second. Let me try to rest, to stay true to my recognition of awareness. It's a moment where awareness is aware of itself, where this intelligence, this sentience, notices that it exists. And see how it shifts your sense of experiencing. See how it brings about this ease. So the way to bliss is not by chasing an experience that's not here yet. That's the paradox. It's found, bliss, perfection, a sense of perfection that ends suffering, is found in the basis, at the source of your present experience, no matter who you think you are, which is completely false. That thought is completely unreal. Nothing you think about yourself is true, nor does it matter one bit to your freedom, to the truth. If you really want to know what you are, relax your perspective and allow more of that space into your conscious recognition. If you do this over and over again, it unfolds. The realization clarifies, deepens, brightens up. And then you will know things that will baffle your mind. You will awaken to the nature of reality in such a way and see how it all operates, and understand things deeply, and access complete freedom, complete, total, sheer freedom. Naturally, without knowing anything about anything, without thinking anything about anything. Anyone who has trouble with this?
Yeah, sorry, it was going back to the original question about thoughts. When you said that we know our thoughts, but our thoughts don't know us. I always thought, this is my gift, that my thoughts knew me. This is where I still get a bit, because I think when the thought comes to me, it seems so real, and it knows everything about me. So that's the only thing I just wanted to put out there.
Great, thank you. Well, I would just urge you to look again. I've personally never found a thought that knows anything. The way thoughts occur to me, when I look really directly at a thought, what is a thought? What I see is an object that's part of the movie. An object does not have sentience or knowingness. So there might be a super elaborate description about your experience, which we call a thought. But that description is just a string of words, interpretations, angles, but they don't know anything. It's like, they're kind of like stories in the pages of a book. You read sentences, description, description, description. You're the one that's knowing what that description is kind of conveying. The words, which are like the thoughts, are more like objects, perceptions, the thoughts don't even think. It's an illusion in that sense.
Okay.
So if you really look at the nature of thought again, without the assumption that the thoughts know you, but just staying really present to it, like what is this thought actually, and does it actually know me? I think you will find the same thing, that the thought is just part of the movie. It's kind of static. It has no life of its own, so to speak. It doesn't have a brain of its own. So thoughts don't even think, let alone know you. A thought could never capture that you are, could never capture what you are. It can offer you a point of view, a description, a perspective, but it cannot ever capture the one who knows the thought. Okay, because it comes and goes like an object of perception. That's been my finding.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Gentleman here, second row. And quick question here, I'm just curious. Who would like to be free from suffering? It's a sincere question, not a rhetorical question, because some people don't want that. So I'm actually curious. Raise your hand clearly and highly if you would like to have freedom from suffering. Okay, most people. Sure, yeah, we can get into that in a second.
Can I have it too?
Can you have it too?
Yeah, suffering, freedom from suffering. But
Yes.
anyways, my question was about, you said something about thoughts being objects. So let's say all thoughts are objects, then the observer, which is looking at the thought, is also an object or maybe a subject, whatever way you want to look at it. So you looking at a thought, that is also a thought, and maybe that does not exist either. So the only thing that we're left with is nothing really exists at all, because if the thought does not exist, then you do not exist, and then there is no I.
But how do you know all that? How do you know the nothing? There must be a basis for the nothing to be known by. And if you don't call that the observer, there must be something that knows nothingness, right? Otherwise, how can we talk about it? So even in a state of nothing, and you can attain this, and a lot of meditators do try to attain this, you can get to a mental state, a state of consciousness, you could say, that experiences that nothing is real, or that there's actually nothing. There's no I, there's no this, there's no objects, there's no subject. But there's a deeper level, yet still, the same basis that here's my voice right now, will know the nothingness. So the nothingness is still another thought form. It's a very subtle type of imagination.
So you're saying even when you say
Nothingness is an object too.
nothing exists, the thought does not exist, the thought that says the observer does not exist, because that is also a thought, the observer looking at a thought. And then you're just going into deeper and deeper levels and nothing exists, but that is also something that is looking and says it exists.
Can you repeat the last part?
So you're just peeling the onion and going deeper and deeper, but in the end you're saying whatever is saying that nothing exists is also a thought, but because you're saying it does not exist, it's like you're going in a loop back and forth.
So this is a perfect demonstration of how philosophy can never get you to what I'm saying, right? With all due respect, I love that you're sharing this, thank you. Even meditating cannot really get you there if you meditate in the classical sense. Because, and definitely religious concepts cannot get you there unless you really know how to use them, and that's very extremely rare. What you're perfectly demonstrating, and again, thank you for that, is that there is no end to the realm of trying to turn this into something. Process of reification, making something that's not a thing into something. In this case, even nothing is made into a thing to be realized or gotten to, or a realization that can be had. So what I'm saying is that which is present here now in your diluted experience as it is just a normal, ordinary muggle, right now, in your ordinary moment, for instance, versus the version of you that meditates on a mountain for 10 years straight and has these like beautiful, pristine, subtly philosophical inside states of nothingness and no self and no I. And the nature of both of these is exactly the same. That's why that is worthy of the title God. The nothingness is not, because God knows nothingness. God knows nothingness equally, as much, as clearly. It's the basis of nothingness, the experience of nothingness, equally so to whatever you experience right now. And that's the beauty of this message, in my opinion, is that you do not have to become anything else to recognize your freedom, to allow that to blow your doors wide open and just for that breeze to come through your house as it is. Now, will you then rearrange your furniture over time as a natural consequence of self-realization? Yes, but that's not the point. There's nothing in between you and freedom right now, mechanically speaking, except whatever you think and then believe in. But mechanically speaking, realistically speaking, like how it actually works, nothing about your experience right now is more or less pure, or more or less God, or more or less held by the basis of God. So you can go into those subtle realms, you can meditate, you can have these insights of no self and nothingness, and at the end of the day, you'll be none the wiser. You'll be more deceived because you think you actually found something. And I'm saying the natural awareness that hears my voice right now is it. Now, that's just the beginning of it experientially, of how it envelops you. But that is it. Because that's the only basis that never changes, that's reliably true, that follows the characteristics of God. Does that make sense? The nothingness you'll perceive, you'll know from this subtle, indescribable awareness that I'm talking about. That's what will know the nothingness, but that's what knows my voice right now. So you do not need to change my voice or your emotions or your thoughts or your habits. You do not have to change it to those of a monk or those of a priest or those of a nun. For what purpose? I think God is closer to a nun than to a rat or to a depressed person? No. If God is closer to a nun than a rat or a depressed person, then it doesn't classify as God, because it's not the common denominator. It's not the unconditional love. It's not the equally present source of all that is. So if you want to find out the source of all that is and bypass all the confusion that's out there immediately, might be subtle at first, but it is the real deal. Simply recognize what's always here. Learn to recognize. It's a subtle shift, but once you find it, develop it, develop it. What's hearing my voice right now? It's the same thing that knows this. It's the same thing that knows the next moment. It's the same thing that knows the next moment. And that's the door that will open to become completely awake in the nature of God. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Okay, sweet. Lady in the back.
Hi, thank you so much. So my question is about presence and God. So is it within experiencing presence that you cultivate, well, from what I'm hearing, you cultivate the relationship with God?
Nice.
And I'm asking because I know you can experience God through different disciplines for different people, maybe dance, art, meditation, whatever. But how to avoid also the limits of your own idiosyncrasies and, cultivating a relationship, God, that's limited to your own wounds. And yeah, what do you do in that space in the daily? And
Beautiful.
yeah, I don't know if you can capture my question.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very deep and potentially extensive topic, but the essence of my answer is very simple, very essential, and it will apply to everyone's life no matter what your unique idiosyncrasies are, what your unique biases are, and so forth. And that's simply that it really does not matter what arises. It doesn't matter what point of view you come from. It doesn't matter what perspective you are brought up in or that you're conditioned by. Let's say you're a Christian. This is your point of view, this is your perspective, this is your thought, this is your belief, this is your angle within God. Now this point of view, this angle can either notice what, make it a little bigger. So there's thoughts here, there's objects over here, ideas, biases, and so forth. So your point of view, your perspective that's unique to you is rested in, just like a wave is rested in the water of the ocean, or like the shape of a ring or a necklace is actually made of gold, or like no matter what is projected onto the movie screen, it's made of the light, or you could say it's rested on the movie screen. Similarly, so there is not a single experience that's more or less basking in God's presence. The only difference is that you are focused in this direction instead of noticing the presence that's just as present to you as a Buddhist with their points of view that they're staring at and that they're being blinded by and deceived by, that they think, oh, this means something. this is real, this will lead me to God. Those are all thoughts appearing in God right now. And every being can recognize, can find this 180 flip of the switch. No matter what their perspectives are, no matter what their conditioning is, no matter how impure they are or what their pain points are, and so on and so forth. I'll pause here and see if this still relates to your question.
It does. And I guess...
So then how to bring that into everyday life? Right?
Yeah, how do you live with it?
So it's by... Well, you try to answer this question, actually, for me. Your own question, which is, how do you live by this? If you understand this, and you understand that whatever you can come up with, whatever perspective that has a bias, has a personality, that has a view, as that comes up for you, your unique experiences, your unique pain points, traumas, ideas, beliefs, how would you live with that on a day-to-day basis if your intention is to recognize the presence of God? To refamiliarize yourself with God, to befriend God, to remember God. What is required?
I mean, for me, what comes to mind, I don't know. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. But remembering gratitude and your existence, your...
Beautiful. Well, great. So feel free to use those words. Now, if it's gratitude for whatever you perceive, that's already beautiful, but it's not quite the switch yet. But then you said, to be grateful for the fact that I exist. That will definitely start to flip that switch. That will allow you to recognize the presence of God. But what we really have to, when it comes to integration, when it comes to, hey, how do I live this freedom in my everyday life? How do I become familiar with God? How do I become a man or woman of God instead of a man or woman of ideas and ideologies and conflicts and beliefs? How do I actually open myself up to this natural, supernatural presence of God? It's to find the switch, but it's to really get through our skulls, which we've been conditioned with for so long, is that this matters when it comes to God. Now, relatively it matters. It matters whether your partner leaves you or not, relatively to your circumstantial life and your emotions and so forth. So I'm not saying nothing matters on a relative level, but when it comes to getting to know the nature of God, it does not matter what you are aware of. So to get out of the habit of being deceived by the contents, God has nothing to do with the contents. The contents are made of God ultimately in the final analysis. But there's nothing within this is what I want you to get. There's nothing within the contents of your experience that can deny you God. Nothing. Not a single thing. Not a single thing. Not the worst thing you've ever done. Not the dirtiest fantasy you've ever had. Nothing. There's nothing you can be aware of that's not held already in the presence of God. So then the question is, well then how do you live that in everyday life? You got to be aware of when you try to find it, that tendency, that feeling of, okay, let me change something about my experience, which is this. It's your personalized world of descriptions, imagination, beliefs, points of view, and so forth. Let me just relax that. What happens when you just stop describing all of this? Stop being so fascinated with your movie. Hard to do if you're right in the middle of an action scene, right? And you're either going to get that partner or not get that partner, and you need to make a choice, right? Right there. It's very difficult to pull away from the movie's storyline. But pick a moment where you are able to do that, where you're not so overly attached to how much you think this will mean in the grand scheme of things. Take a more neutral moment, perhaps, or a painful moment where you've already lost everything anyway, and therefore, who the fuck cares? Right? Like, you can only go up from there. Then that can lead to a detachment, like that will help you to realize beyond, which is often why we guide ourselves into these sort of hopeless situations of despair and so forth, is to facilitate a deeper awakening. Because if everything is like going well, but there's some risks and you need to manage, you're not going to let go of this idea, the description. But if you have nowhere else to go, if it's a dead end, anyone ever experienced a dead end? No? Nobody? Many? Yeah, there you go. So that gives you an opportunity. You don't have to. People keep going anyway. But in that moment, there is a beautiful divine opportunity to stop caring about your life in the most holistic, beautiful, freeing possible way. Now that you have access to this knowledge, now that you've been told this, which is the power of instruction. Before that, it maybe would have led to sort of hopelessness, nihilism, depression, and so forth. But if you realize that there's much more than meets the eye that's already here, then the next time you meet an emotional dead end, just go, okay. Let me relax, let me rest, let me notice that somehow all of these descriptions are appearing within something that I cannot describe, but that's lucid, it's awake, it's clear, it's God's presence. And the degree of totality with which your heart, your soul, your devotion surrenders to that rest, that will be the degree to which your recognition of God becomes naturally established. But make sure you do not fall for the idea, the illusion, that something in your experience can determine how much of God you have or not have. There's nothing, because everything in the dream at night is made equally, just as much of the dreaming mind as any other thing you can dream up. You can dream up heaven, you can dream up hell, you can dream up nirvana or samsara. The substance of both of these is the same. That's God's presence. If it can come and go, if it's not here right now, it does not deserve the title God. If you want to know God, always remember that it's always already here. Always already here. Then recognize it by relaxing your insistence upon your own imagined life. Immediate natural detachment for that moment, 2 to 5 seconds. Just for 2 to 5 seconds. Just stop caring about what's going on. Just for 2 to 5 seconds. Afterwards, you can care again and be this and that, warrior and all that, fighter, activist, prove something, get somewhere. But if you're tired of that, or even if you're not tired of that, but you're just curious, see if you can let that be as it appears. Things will always appear as they appear to appear. Your life will always appear as it appears to appear. Does not matter when it comes to God recognition. Every moment is a perfect moment for God recognition. So gratitude, yes, that can facilitate the shift, as long as the gratitude is towards that deepest appreciation of what enables everything. What everything relies on for its existence, which is that which exists, that which is, which just so happens to be aware also of us, through us. So if you recognize any of these, call it the I am if you want, the sense, deepest sense, inner knowing, I am. Or the sense of being, or simply the sense of I, just I, even without M, just I. There's a power in the word I, not the ego I, but I, that whatever makes it possible for me to even have an ego, or to think about this or that. What is that deepest I? Or you can go the route of calling it awareness, noticing that everything right now depends on awareness. Without it, you wouldn't know anything. And it comes with a sense of clarity, lucidity. It's like you begin to lucid dream here in the waking state. So these are just different nuances that work differently for different people, but essentially the recognition of God requires just 2 to 5 seconds of not buying into anything that you're seeing. You're not wanting anything from it. Often I say to yourself, I don't want anything from anything. That leads to a moment of natural peace, natural rest, natural awakening. And doesn't mean you have to forever give up your desires, that's entirely up to you. But it's just about knowing that for this moment, let me take on the peace of claiming that I don't want anything from anyone or anything. And when you notice the rest, the relaxing of this fixed point of view, it is like this tense wave or ice cube begins to melt into its surroundings, into this more spacious clarity, into God. And you remember the oneness, you remember the beauty, you remember the naturalness, the freedom in all that, the changelessness. Does this answer your question?
Yeah, very much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi. I had a little question that when you get into a state of presence, I know for myself, and I'm sure a lot of people have the same, they will get an insight or a vision, a visual. And that often is a judgment. You will feel drawn to something.
Sorry, hold the mic a little closer.
Sorry. That often is a judgment because you will feel a draw to something. You know, you'll suddenly have an insight, oh, I should do that, or I should maybe not do that. Or a little visual will play out of a scenario. Are you saying that we should follow those insights because they come from God and a deeper place, or that we should maybe even forget those and keep going deeper?
Yeah, I would say neither of those. A beautiful question. So when you get to greater clarity, I wouldn't say a state of presence, because nothing wrong with that, but I would reframe it, because when you're saying a state of presence, can you guys see this? No, huh? Can you see it now? So this is God, and this is an individual perspective, point of view. You can either describe whatever you're seeing, be engaged in it, or you can relax that and recognize the presence in which all of it arises. So just one minor adjustment to what you were saying is it's not about getting to a state of presence, because a state would be an alteration of your experience. You see, it's very subtle. The addiction to changing, it's just in our framework, it's in our language. It's in this changing, doership, fixing-based language that we have, in the West at least. And it just perpetuates this feeling of it's not already here. So I completely get your question. I'm going to answer what you're actually asking for. But again, I want you guys to understand, it's not about changing your state at all. Not one bit. Right now, don't change your state. Because the moment you try to change your state, you've already bought into that state as if it's something that can obscure God, that's somehow made of something against awareness, against existence. But it's equally appearing. So whatever your state is, even your state of distraction, when you have a clear moment where you notice that you're in a state of confusion or in a state of distraction, don't change it. Let it be there, because that's when the telescope is moved away from your inner eye. But if you keep focusing on that, oh, this is a state of confusion, let me get to a state of presence, and you start to feel different, and you start to describe that in a better way. This is, oh, Morgan, okay, now I'm closer to God, and I'm getting these insights and stuff. You're still hurting yourself. And you're still denying God's ever-presence. So next time you feel you're in a state that's suboptimal, there's nothing wrong with recognizing that you're in a negative state or you're in a scattered state. It's good to notice. But it's also good to notice when you're in a positive state. Equally so. And then to not do anything about it. So that this deeper transcendental recognition can come in. It's like a back door opens because you stop running out of the front door. You're just like, back door opens, this breeze comes through, and this makes itself known, the natural perfection. You can be in a moment of scattered depression, and suddenly, just by recognizing that you don't have to change your depression, the whole thing lifts. And it's like, there's a bliss that comes through, a knowing of perfection, of freedom. You see freedom in everything. You just somehow know freedom in everything, and you feel liberated, even if you could still sense the depression. So it didn't go anywhere. The depression is rested in, it's part of the movie, that's part of the screen. Screen recognition does not depend on changing the movie or getting to the next scene. So what if you removed all the ideas, illusions of time from your mind? That spirituality, awakening, God recognition, freedom, redemption, liberation, that has anything to do with time. What would you be left with? Not much. What then? Tell me of a spiritual approach that's got nothing to do with time. It doesn't depend, in other words, on changing anything. See, so it's more, if anything, it's about just relaxing what you are currently fixated on. And then stay alert. Just stay naturally awake, as you already are. And you become familiar through that sort of backdoor breeze of being aware, being aware. Ah, this too is an appearance of being aware. This too is being held within the presence of I am, or God. So it's a recognition, it's not a change. It's not a state. All states are equal opportunities to recognize the presence in which the state is held. What was your question again?
No, I do understand what you were saying. I think my question was to do with when you get a deeper insight, when you've allowed yourself to have
Beautiful.
that.
So then...
or you get a vision of something and you feel maybe drawn or inspired towards something. Would you say that is real, or we should go deeper than that as well and just say that doesn't mean anything? Does that make sense?
Well, there's a simultaneity to this. It's a beautiful question because a lot of teachings and practitioners will go in either direction. Either they feel like, okay, I've got to stay attached to my insights. I've got to stay attached to my guidance. I've got to stay attached to what excites me, what resonates me, what calls me forth, what inspires me. Because if I don't, then what? You know, what's the point? Why am I here? I'm going to lose my whole sort of sense of reality if I do that. And then the other extreme is, okay, that doesn't mean anything. Your inspirations, your insight, it's all bogus, it's all fake. There's nobody here to do anything about anything, and la 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 la. There's only God. But then it leads to sort of a suppression or another state of mind. But all of these are artificial descriptions. So again, consider what I've just talked about. You can understand that it doesn't matter whether you're inspired or not. Yes, that is the message. It doesn't matter for your well-being. It doesn't matter for your awakening. It doesn't matter for your ability to recognize God. Whether you're inspired and going for it and attacking your life with joy and passion, or whether you're depressed, or whether you don't have any insight in that moment and you're just being or feel like watching a movie. For the nature of reality, it makes no difference. The nature of reality, the nature of freedom is always there and can be recognized and activated. But then when you do activate that freedom, recognition, energies will start to move. You will get more inspired, you will get insights, and so on and so forth. So then what do? Do you ignore those? Or do you act on those? For me, it's simultaneous. I ignore them and I act on them. So that's the ideal, I would say. From my experience, I'd say that's the ideal balance. So it's the same approach that I have then towards anything else. If there's a depressed state of mind, for instance, that doesn't mean anything because it's held in freedom. If I'm eating an apple, I'm eating an apple. Doesn't matter. It's an appearance within freedom. If I'm eating a steak, I'm eating a steak. It doesn't matter. It's an appearance of freedom. If I have an insight, I have an insight. It doesn't matter. It's an appearance in freedom. So I see insights as equal in ultimate nature, and it's not better for my freedom or worse for my freedom. So there is this great equanimity, this equality that outshines these extremes. But that also doesn't mean I go to the extreme of trying not to be inspired. Why would you do that? Right? Or trying to not have an insight lead into a creation. So you could, just as you can allow your depression, you can also allow your insight. You can also allow your inspiration. And then you will get naturally more and more inspired, and you will take action on that, and that will feel passionate and so on and so forth, but less and less with this sense of dependency on it. There's no dependency on it. Your well-being is not obscured by it. You don't believe, you don't buy into the idea that it means something about your freedom. It doesn't. That's just a thought. So then you're rested. You're naturally aware, awake in this freedom from all appearances. And you allow what naturally feels to be allowed. But that's very naturally occurring. You don't suppress it, and you don't cling to it. You're inspired, by all means. Go write a book, or create a painting, or start a workshop. But then keep noticing the basis of that process. As you go about creating that book, or that piece of art, or that workshop, keep recognizing that it's all happening within the same intimate, loving, space-like basis of God. So again, God recognition stands apart from anything you could ever possibly do, be, not be, and so on. It has nothing to do with what you decide to do. It can only be recognized or not recognized. And if you need any exercise, it would be to just for a moment let go of elaborating on what you, of believing in what you see. It's the end of believing. You don't need to believe in anything to function. In fact, believing is painful. Believing, by definition, is a contraction, even if it's a positive belief. You don't need to believe positive things to be inspired, or to do good work, or to have a joyful life. You don't need beliefs. You don't need beliefs. You don't need to believe in anything. Did you ever know that? You don't have to believe in anything. It's completely optional. And what if you didn't believe in anything? Without suppressing any belief either, you just don't believe in anything that you see. What would happen? You think God believes in Christianity? Think God believes in Hinduism or Buddhism or science? No. God doesn't believe in anything. But it's not a nihilist. There's an intimate, loving, wise presence at the heart of every single thing. There's great intelligence. There's great intimacy, so to speak, with its own creation. But it doesn't have to believe in anything, and neither do you. You can relax what you believe in. So I would say just let it be. The insight comes up. It doesn't have to distract you, therefore you don't have to push it away either. You can keep recognizing awareness with or without the insight, with or without expressing it. So you don't have to push anything away. You don't even have to think whether you should or shouldn't. It arrives naturally and it expresses itself naturally. What recognizes that? What's present to that? Just keep noticing, keep aligning to that basis, keep aligning to that presence, that underlying presence. Does that help or? Yeah? Okay.
Would you say God is the essence behind intuition?
You'd say that. I would say it's the essence behind everything, including intuition.
Like direct sort of path.
So say a little bit more of how that occurs for you. So you have a sense of your intuition, right?
Yeah.
You become aware of your intuitive sensing.
Yeah.
And then you say, okay, there's something deeper behind that.
Yeah, but you can choose. Like
Between?
Well, I suppose our ego sometimes doesn't choose what we know is our path. We can ignore something that's innate, that's we can kind of we can ignore a path at times, but something that's like me being here right now, that's because of choices that I've made throughout my life that have led me to people. But a lot of people don't step out and choose that, would you say that was being led by God? That's intuition.
There's nuance to this, but yes, on the whole. There's nuance to this because intuition gets hijacked by so many of our distortions, perspectives, beliefs, and so forth. So it's really hard when someone talks about intuition. It's really difficult to discern if they're talking about this very clear knowingness, where it feels like the presence of God is directly knowing. It knows intelligently everything that's happening in your life, what's going on, what's the highest, and what's beneficial on a relative level of expression. Everything is just expression of God. But we are so lost in the expression of God and our descriptions and beliefs about the expression of God that we can't see clearly, we can't hear God. But ultimately, yes, what we could define as intuition is God's wisdom nudging us in a certain direction. Mm. But the thing to sort of visualize here is that if we have God over here, God's not over here, but you get it. As an analogy, God's over here, and if we think we are this thing over here, now there is a thing called intuition. If this begins to dissolve into that, there's just direct knowing.
Yeah.
Because who has the intuition from what? Intuition implies you're getting a message from somewhere other than you, sort of. Or from your inner self, like a different level. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's beautiful. It's very much preferable over just living from your mind and like overriding everything. So this is definitely recommendable. However, the clearer you are on the fact that God's always here, that this is God in form, in appearance. This is God, 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 this is God. The more you recognize this experientially, the presence of it, the presence of it, the presence of it. At some point, your individual consciousness becomes more and more like this. It just becomes infused with it, instructed by it. And then you could say it still feels like intuition, but it's more like direct knowing.
Yeah.
Because from God's point of view, it's direct wisdom. It's direct insight. From an interpreter's point of view, what's my intuition? Versus what are my ego thoughts? And so forth. So it's a good practice, don't get me wrong. It's a great practice. And intuition is a way into sensing, knowing, hearing God more clearly. But ultimately, the duality between your description of what you are, your thoughts about what you are, and the actual presence that hears my voice right now, which is wide open, naked, spacious, free already. If you could be resting as that, no matter what arises, you would get in contact with the source of your intuition instead of being at the receiving, having to figure it out end of the intuition. So then it becomes direct. It's an immediate knowingness. And you start to operate like that. You know, like a martial artist cannot think before they punch. It's too late. If they want to block a punch, they cannot think, let me think. No, it has to be immediate. It's that flow. It's that oneness with the action and the thought and the inspiration and the source of it all. That the more in unity you are living in your recognition of God, of awareness, the basis of every experience equally, the source of everything equally, the closer that is in your awareness, the more vibrant, the more this is direct action. So then also insights and inspirations change how they feel, as does intuition. It's less open for interpretation because you don't need that. And there's nothing holding you back that's contradicting it anymore. You see, if you are a man of man, or a woman of man, mankind, versus you are a man of God, you are fully led, you're fully surrendered to that. And now it is God that's breathing through you, living through you, deciding what to say, when to say it, and so forth. Then that duality collapses, the suffering begins to disappear. And all these things like inspiration, intuition, wisdom, they become direct knowledge instead of interpretive. Does this make sense? So good, great approach. I just want you to know that the more you are a woman of God, the more you see, recognize God, the less you will be having intuition and insights and inspiration occur to you in the conventional sense. It'll be like a direct, like, you just know. You just know, left or right.
So knowing exactly.
Sorry, one more thing. I forgot my main point with this is, when you are then a woman of God or man of God versus a man of man or a woman of man, there's what used to hold you back here, or what used to be able to resist this intuition, is no longer bought into. So that also changes the game. It changes the game of inspiration, of intuition, and so on, because you don't have an agenda against immediate wisdom. Like if I have an agenda here, like I want to be liked by you guys, for instance, let's say I want to be liked by you. Then I have a personal agenda. It has nothing to do with awareness or source. Source doesn't care if I'm liked by you or not, right? But if I carry that and I believe it, I believe that I'm a person, you're a person, your judgment somehow has a power over me, and therefore I want to be liked by you. Now I'm gonna have to listen to my intuition in sort of an indirect way and be like, okay, God wants me to say this next word, or reality, or that's the natural inspiration, but they may not like that, right? So I'm now creating an artificial duality within oneness that is able to interpret and distort and block, and then you get the questions of, should I follow my inspiration or not? If this does not really exist, and there's just a recognition of this, there's only the flow. When people describe flow state, when they get into an altered state somehow, whether through rock climbing without ropes, or substance abuse, or channeling something, or being in a, dancing or something, then they feel, okay, I'm in this flow state, things just flow. That's because you don't believe in anything. When you're in a flow state, you don't believe in anything. You don't assert, you're not caught in the description. You're completely present. There's a natural, intuitive sense of God that begins to emerge. And that's then the way you feel to express, is in flow, like the martial artist. It's intuitive, it's immediate, there is no filtering. And then intuition changes. It's itself. There's no two things. There's nobody guiding someone else. There's just the immediacy of non-dual wisdom in the moment expressing itself, because you're not stopping it. Make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I was just more considered from my direct path which led me here.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh,
and
good.
every decision within my life that led me here, or led me in the path, it was completely out of anything cultured, anything conditioned.
Cool.
So
Yeah.
it's like that's led by something, but it's still choice from the ego to do that.
Yeah, so you have free will, and that's great. If you can cultivate the courage, the thing is, if your free will really believes in whatever the thoughts are, the fear-based thoughts of the person, if your free will really believes in that, it becomes really difficult to be courageous, or to even sense or fully, clearly hear intuition. That's why I don't speak about intuition too much, because for a lot of people, it's very confused, or they're just too afraid to follow it. But if you do have that fearlessness, and you do kind of see beyond your own beliefs, you have that humility about yourself, that openness, just being open, then intuition can definitely help you expand into God consciousness. But often it's still thinking of it in terms of, okay, I'm going to choose this, and then that's going to lead me there, and then that's going to be a better state, and then I'll be proud of myself, and then the next intuition comes up, and I'm going to do that and be in a better state, which has nothing to do with God. It's still ego.
So you don't really want to plan it all. You just know that that's what you're doing.
Yes, nice. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a simultaneity. You let it happen, you let this natural wisdom unfold, but you don't buy into the fact that you're not already free. So remember, you're always already free, even if you don't understand it, even if you don't see it, even if you don't think it. Gentleman with the glasses.
You're right. I think I'm like really subtly sabotaging my practice through like a unconscious addiction to experience hunting. I spoke to you briefly on Bentinho Live like last year, but the connection was really bad, so I couldn't quite hear you. So I'm happy I'm here. But yeah, I wondered whether you could help me with that. So what landed for me a minute ago or earlier was, like you said, the thing that obscures awareness is describing things. And you said, so relax descriptions, but then you said, then recognize. And I don't know whether it's because I'm misinterpreting the wording, but it almost comes across like I have to do a recognition. But is it more like stop describing everything and then it will become self-evident? Because I honestly feel like I've practiced with so much will for so many years, but when you asked if have I been able to flick that switch, I don't think I have. Yet I know intellectually it's already always the case.
Yes, so, and then
So experience hunting, that's...
Sweet. So especially for you, I would recommend, and for everybody, but like sensing where you're coming from and what you're describing, for you the key is not to try to recognize. I would place your emphasis on it is a 2-in-1 sort of practice. My suggestion, it is to let go of everything you're thinking for 2 to 5 seconds, but not to like fall asleep or enter into a trance state. So to ensure you don't enter into a trance state, it is not about letting go of the thoughts, it's about what you can recognize in that moment. That's generally easier, clearer to recognize than when you're actively thinking and doing a sport competition or something like that. So ultimately it is about the recognition. But I still would place the emphasis for you on the resting.
So don't do anything.
Exactly.
Just drop meaning,
but
drop
can you stay alert without doing anything? Just by having that intention.
Like I think I can.
Okay. So the recognition, you could say the recognition of God happens on its own, but what precedes that is the intention for it to be recognized.
I felt the most connected when I've paradoxically just completely forgotten about everything you say. Cool. Forget what you're saying. Don't watch your videos. Don't read your books. Nothing.
Nice.
But that is like really difficult to do because I have been like too intellectual about it, too like philosophical about it, too much of a know-it-all. We know we have to drop what we know.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you can also just recognize. Sorry. You can also just recognize that even while you are doing that, awareness is present, without trying to turn it into sort of a peaceful state. Have you also tried that?
I've tried everything.
Okay.
But obviously, like, the funny thing is, I get intellectually that I'm so subtly missing the point because I know it's already here right now. So.
Yeah. So, but that's a thought to relax as well, right?
I guess.
That you've tried everything and that you're not getting it and things like that. That there's an awareness of that too.
So going forward, I should just like relax meaning and descriptions, but that's it. Don't try and do anything else.
Well, I would say pretend there's no going forward.
What do you mean? Because I generally don't get, because obviously it's nice to be in here, but when I'm like at home later and I'm sitting on the chair.
Yeah, so the thing is you can only ever practice now. You can never practice tomorrow. You can never practice when you get back home, because that isn't your experience. You can only ever practice with what your experience is right now. So to try to plan your practice, or like how am I going to integrate this, it's not a bad question, but if you can instead develop a new habit, which is I'm noticing that I have an opportunity to practice right now. Just whenever you notice, whenever you remember this session, or you remember a book you read, or you remember that you wanted to practice. That's a moment that you can practice because you catch yourself in the act of living, of being, right? So it's a conscious moment where you have the opportunity to practice by thinking about practicing. But then you got to actually practice, which means stop thinking about anything for just 2 seconds. Or don't stop thinking, but recognize the space in which it appears.
But I think that's where I'm getting so subtly like hijacked by a need to like recognize it, because it's always like with anything I've ever felt connected to or had a transcendental experience, it's always been the first time. The first time I read and watched your videos was the most profound penetration of the veil. But then the more I know, the more I understand what you're saying, it's the harder it gets, even though, again, efforting is the problem. It's a non-effort, it's a non-practice, it's the end of seeking. But at the same time, like, even though you've said all this, I generally...
What do you want?
Well, everything you're saying. But then also, like, it's not an experience, is it?
Wait, slow down.
I don't know.
What do you want?
Liberation.
From?
Suffering.
Why?
To recognize what's already present.
Okay.
Always. At will.
Do you know that it is always present? Already?
Well, yes and no, because intellectually I'm like, well, obviously I'm here, I'm alive. But then secondly, like, I know I'm missing the point. I don't really know what I'm even asking you, to be honest. Like, I'm just trying to explain, like, how confused I am. What's up then? I'm just standing here.
Can you rest as awareness right now?
I can rest.
I didn't ask you to think and say something.
Oh, shit. Can I say something? I'm not trying to be funny, I'm generally just asking. Like, I even think that there's like some subtle self-doubt, like maybe I'm believing I'm not doing it right or something dumb like that. Like, right, just when you asked me then, like, yeah, I did pause and I did rest. Don't know what else to say.
And was there a slight qualitative difference in your experience from 1 second before that short moment of rest and that moment of short rest?
Yeah.
Great. Can you repeat that?
I think I just need that confirmation to know I'm on the right track. It's like, to me, the word that has entered my mind was like, I'm giving up, which in a good way, just like.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. If that doesn't become a state of conclusions and philosophies and, okay, nothing matters. And
I've been very philosophical. Someone said something earlier that resonated with me, because obviously I can't explain what I've experienced before, but it always seems to have followed an insight. So it's always been very short-lived. Like the first time I ever delved into self-realization, I was walking down the street in a very rough area, and I had the insight that, wait a minute, everything here is appearing inside of me. It's my creation. And for the next 40 minutes, it was beautiful, and I can't explain, it was indescribable. So I know that I've recognized it very deeply, but then that's the funny thing, because there's no point me trying to get back there, because that's missing the point. So again, it's just like...
Well, so again, what the thinking mind will do, or the philosopher in you, is it will create a picture of what your experience was like for those 40 minutes. That's already a description. It's got nothing to do with the presence anymore, right? So in that way, you forget about what's already here by idolizing, pedestalizing something. So I do think for you the solution is to completely let go, to completely rest.
Would that mean, though, like, when this talk's over, because there's two ways I'm seeing that. Either let go, as in, like, I forget this, I'm just going to carry on with my life, but that's not infusing the will.
No, that's a thought. You're still holding on.
Okay.
The idea of, oh, I'm going to let this go forever is a thought.
Right.
Rest means that thought can be there. It doesn't matter.
Allowing everything to be as it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only real antidote against projecting liberation in the future, or after the removal of some experiences, or after changing, or removing a blockage, or after you get it, or after you get back to that, or after you learn how to do the practice. The only antidote against this insatiable, time-based misprojection of source is to let it all be exactly as it arises. That's when the attention goes back to its source. That's when you become conscious of what's already truly the case in reality. So your thoughts are perfect. You're still judging yourself a lot.
So is it correct for me to proceed like letting everything be as it is,
Yes.
And that's it. Don't try and do anything else.
Yes.
Because it's a subtle instruction. So you had the Global Enlightenment Retreat in 2020, and it said, relax all thought and descriptions and recognize the clarity that remains. That was the wording. And I liked the start, but then the end I was like, recognize the clarity, and I was doing it, and I was like, shit.
Yeah, so in that moment when you've turned that into too much of a practice, too much of a thing, you forgot the first step, which is to stop the description.
And then you said like 2 to 5
Because now you're
seconds.
describing the second part of the practice, which fails the first part of the practice, which is to not describe. So for your mind specifically, for other minds it might be different, but for your mind specifically, I would emphasize the first aspect of that and just let the second part, the recognition part, naturally arise. So yes, let it be exactly as it is. Don't try to change anything. Don't try to change anything right now. Your thoughts as they are. It's the only way to get out of the game of mistaken perception is to not play the game.
Okay, thanks.
And in that there will be a natural knowing that arises that whatever the game shows is perfect. Like there's no appearance in your dream at night that is more or less perfectly made of the mind. That will naturally, it's an intuitive recognition that begins to dawn. But it will not dawn on you if you continue to fixate and change and shift and get there. So for you, the emphasis of the first half of that instruction is pivotal. Let everything be exactly as it is. Which is another way of saying, don't describe anything for 2 to 5 seconds.
Or just relax, literally.
Or just completely relax. Don't want anything from anything.
Okay, I think I understand.
Nice.
I'm just trying to think of someone else. Okay, there's my opportunities now.
Could you talk about free will?
Yes, let me
Where
check
did it come from? Why were we given it?
Is it break time? Yeah. Okay. Say your question again.
I want you to talk about free will. Where does it come from? How do we get rid of it?
Beautiful. I will start the next session with that, yeah? Thank you. Testing. Okay. All right, let's start with another minute of a short guided meditation. Remember, it's not about going into any other state than whatever is here right now for you. Whatever your state of mind is, as it is perfectly fine. Just as it doesn't matter what movie you're watching, you can always recognize the TV screen. Okay, the reality and the gateway to your freedom from suffering, but also from delusional perspectives, which ultimately every perspective is some form of delusion. It's some biased perspective. It's perfect as it is. So it doesn't matter what your present idea is, what your present delusion is, what your present state is. It is the perfect ground, it's the perfect opportunity to recognize that there is a deeper power, an intelligence that's aware of it. So take a deep breath. And relax. I'm going to give you another very simple exercise, and that is just gently keep closing your eyes, and then after about 3 seconds or so, you open your eyes. Then after 3 seconds or so, you close your eyes. So you open and close your eyes a few times like that in succession. And I'll guide you through this exercise. It's very simple. For some, it might not work any magic, but for some, it might be a very simple, direct way to recognize more of that changelessness experientially. So if you close your eyes, I want you to recognize that you are aware of the perception of having your eyes closed. The experience of I have my eyes closed, or this body has its eyes closed. There is no awareness of that. And then open your eyes. And then I want you to recognize that that same awareness is aware of the experience. My body has its eyes open, or eyelids, I suppose. So recognize that I'm aware of the perception of visual stimulus being present. And then close your eyes and notice that awareness didn't change. So there's a seeing that's not done with the physical eyes, that sees or knows whether you see things with your eyes or not. So then open it again and recognize that you are aware of the opening of the eyes. Close it again and acknowledge again, I am aware of the eyes closed. And then just do that a few more times. You can speed it up a little bit, like 1 second open, 1 second closed, 1 second open, 1 second closed, and then simply stay attuned to the awareness aspect, so that there is an ongoing awareness of the eyes opening and closing. See if you can notice that that awareness, that innermost eye, does not go anywhere. It doesn't change. It sees eyes closed state equally as it sees eyes open state. And then you can simply sort of rest in that awareness. You can relax your attachment to the changes in perception and rest in the stability, the source beyond it all. This ongoing, ever-present seeing. Okay. And this is analogous for different states of mind. Some states of mind are very lit up, passionate maybe, or you might even call it like feeling very awake at certain moments, feeling very enlightened some days for 40 minutes, for instance, or for 2 seconds, or for 5 days in a row. And then you lost it. You know, the syndrome of, oh, I got it, I lost it, at least in sort of the spiritual awakening realm. Ah, I got it. Ah, I lost it. I got it. I lost it. Damn it, how do I get back to that? So again, this is the one thing I would want you to walk away with. There is nothing in your perception that makes any difference. Any difference to your freedom, to the truth, to God, to your essence, to your timelessness. It's already timelessly, perfectly here. Nothing in your experience, no change in experience makes any difference. None whatsoever. Goes against a lot of your conditioning, a lot of the indoctrination. But if you get that, your practice will skyrocket, because now your practice will be naturally occurring for you, right where you're at. And it's no longer hiding behind an imaginary wall of accomplishment, attainment, blockages, purification. All that changes, purification, refinement in experience, that happens on its own, but that's not the same as knowing God or knowing the truth. The knowing of truth, the knowing of God, the knowing of yourself does not depend on anything, because everything equally depends on you. And if everything equally depends on you, you do not depend on anything, let alone for anything to have to be a certain way. So catch yourself in the act of selling your soul, essentially, to some idea. You have to rearrange your inner world, your outer world, your spiritual world, your way of thinking, have only beautiful thoughts, things like that, or be always peaceful and calm in your mind, which makes no difference. It makes no difference if you're peaceful and calm or chaotic, and stressed. It makes it different on the level of the movie, but it makes no difference to the screen, is what I'm saying. And that really is the fundamental shift that I want you to get, because then, don't worry, you'll become more peaceful. You'll become more at ease. You'll become more clear. Naturally, that will occur. But it will not begin. The real journey, like I said, the I am, as you recognize it now, the I exist, the presence of awareness, is the starting point of your real expansion, awakening, clarification journey. So you got to start exactly here, where you're at. You cannot start tomorrow after your mind has calmed down. You understand? That, like, because if you buy into that, if you believe in that, tomorrow is going to have another tomorrow projected on top of it, and so on and so forth. So your actual journey of awakening will not actually even begin, because you're just still in the same illusion of projecting God to be a certain thing. But God is not a particular thing. Reality is not one particular thing. It's not peaceful thoughts or absence of thoughts or peaceful feelings. It's none of these things specifically. It's the basis, the unity basis of all of these equally. Every perception equally depends on aware being. Therefore, in a sense, that's the end of the journey, but paradoxically, that is therefore the beginning of the real. The real journey is, in that sense, vertical. It's got horizontal aspects to it along the way, but if you keep looking for God or enlightenment or the truth or who you really are, self-realization, if you keep looking for that horizontally, meaning within the differences of the movie, trying to replace this type of movie with that type of movie, this type of relationship with that type of relationship, this type of moral ethics and code of conduct and lifestyle, trying to fix something within the movie before you can recognize the screen. Do you see that makes no difference? And it therefore makes no sense. So the moment you free yourself from that belief, you're free from the false journey, which causes so much strife and struggle, which turns seeking into strife, which is different than seeking. Seeking is an adventure. Seeking is infinite curiosity inward, like towards the truth. There's nothing wrong with seeking. In fact, it's a beautiful lifeline to truth. Because as long as you're seeking, at least you know you're not there yet, which is a great savior from plateaus, false ceilings, false awakenings, identity politics, things like that. Like, oh, I've got it now. No, that's not it. If you truly want to recognize God, you got to let go of the idea that you will get it someday in some form of an experience, by some means of change or fixation. Fixing. Make sense? At least theoretically? Yes? No? Cool. Well, who asks about free will again? Yeah. So where does free will come in? I think you asked. Okay, good. Yes, please.
Hello, hello. Going from what you just said, what I think you're saying is every emotion, every experience we have
A little bit more directly.
is
Yes.
of equal value to God.
Say that again.
Every emotion, every experience we
Yes.
have is of equal benefit, of equal value to God. There is no judgment.
Correct. Yes. I would use slightly different words, but I get the gist of what you're saying, and yes.
Okay. So tack that on to talk about free will.
Yes, nice. Wonderful. So far we've been discussing about the nature of reality, the nature of things. The nature of things is God, God's reality, God's intelligence, which you have to imagine as something very formless and abstract. It's not anything, right? That's why we seek in all the wrong places, is because, is it over here? Is it in this? Is it in that experience? Is it in this sensation? It's in none of it, and it's in all of it. But because we keep looking for it in something specific, we miss the allness, nothingness, simultaneity of it. But this is very natural. It might be very subtle and abstract, but it is very natural to us. It's innate, it's intrinsic, it's what we are. It's what you are right now. You have access to it. You understand this intuitively. If you let my words just simply reverberate in your space of consciousness, something will begin to awaken to itself, because it is you. It's completely natural to what you are. It's already the case. So we're talking about the nature of reality, which is the nature of God, which is also the nature of all perceptions. So then, if everything in the grand scheme of things, from God's point of view, which lacks a point, God's point of view is the view, and then we have our human points of view inside of the view. But it's the view that enables that to be channeled into those points of view and the perspectives and so on. So if all these perspectives are equal, if all experiences are equally made of the ocean of God, then where does free will come in? Is there even free will? Does it matter? Why would you even choose? Why would there be this power of free will? For what reason? Before there was this awareness, this God, there is absolute infinity, which is the absolutely original. It's even more subtle. It's impossible to describe. But it's the absolute infinite reality which became aware. It somehow emerged into or gave birth to the power of awareness, what this awareness actually is. Then within that awareness, the infinite dream of infinite forms and infinite movies and infinite choices and infinite consequences and infinite all that became apparent. That became the journey. That became the expression of infinity. But all of this is based in an infinite, absolute source that now has become aware. And if you picture being aware of infinity, it's impossible to imagine, but imagine it anyway. Imagine infinity aware of itself, with nothing else there, no creation, no movies, no life, no bodies, no planets, nothing. It's infinity, the nature of infinity, itself aware, becoming aware of itself, activating somehow an awareness, a power to know within itself. Out of something that comes fairly close to what we call curiosity. Something that's infinite also has infinite potential, because it's infinite in all ways, not in terms of space or time. It transcends all that, but it's infinite in everything. It's infinite in every potential aspect. Space, time, diversity, experience, simultaneity. And free will is an innate quality of awareness. The moment there is awareness, there is an ability to choose, there's an ability to know, there's an ability to navigate, to learn, therefore. So the prime directive of awareness is to learn on behalf of infinity. And so there's this curiosity inherent in infinity that wants to then know itself. And how would you go about knowing infinity? You would do that by expressing this infinity in an infinite number of ways. Because there's no rules, there's no limits on infinity. So why would infinity choose one particular thing to be true and that's it? If it wants to learn about itself, it will express itself in an infinite amount or number of ways simultaneously, because there's no time to infinity. So what we think of as past, future, even 40 billion years in the future, is actually from infinity's reality are simultaneous explorations of its own potential. In order to learn, it needs the faculty of freedom of will, freedom to choose, the ability to choose, to begin to navigate these different perspectives in truly unique and unpredictable ways. Otherwise, it would be a static exploration and it wouldn't actually learn as much. So there's a dynamism inherent in the illusion of creation that is rooted in this gift of free will that the Creator gave to itself, which then was able to multiply without ever contradicting unity. And this boggles the mind. We cannot quite understand that from a linear point of view. How can there be so many of us, free wills, free willers, free agents, and yet there's only one? But remember that from a nonlinear understanding, from infinity's reality, there's no contradiction. Anything can happen, appear to happen, be given life to. It can create as many free agents as it ever wants that have complete eternal free will, because there's no time. So once free will is generated, it will have free will always. Which means that you, as your individuated expression of God's universal power of free will, are eternal. That which hears my voice right now, which can choose to either accept it or reject it, think this about it, think that about it, believe this, believe that very spark of your freedom, your quote-unquote awareness, it's not separate from the awareness, and it's not separate from the infinity, the source. But you've been given the freedom to, in addition to inside of infinity, because nothing can exist outside of infinity, otherwise infinity wouldn't be infinite. It would have to end somewhere for there to be an outside of infinity. So infinity is literally all-encompassing by nature, cannot be imagined. Because imagination is just one way to use free will to form a picture of something. You know, it's a creative mechanism. It's a creative potential inherent in awareness. But infinity has a desire, for lack of a better word, an impulse, an instinct. That is, I'm aware that I am this infinity and I want to know myself. Now again, how would you do that? You would create as many possible, you would explore it through infinite possible ways, because every infinite point of view will give a new, different perspective. Or, sorry, every point of view will give a new perspective. And then everything that could ever possibly be in terms of the colors that make up the realities, the worlds, the realms, the dimensions, the forms, already exist. In other words, if we see life on the level of creation, like our experience, if we see it as being made of paint, different colors, like let's pretend everything is a color. Every experience is a different color. Or you could see it as maybe, you know, subatomic configurations. Like if the subatomic particles are vibrating, they're composed in a certain way, then it represents that thing or that color or that experience. So structurally, there's nothing new we can ever create, because infinity, from a timeless vantage point, has already produced, so to speak, already contains everything that could ever possibly be conjured up. There's nothing new to be made. You cannot make something new, mechanically speaking, because infinite shades of paint have already been, quote unquote, created. All you're doing, you're using that paint and you're painting with the paint. So what's new about your day-to-day life? What's new, what's cutting edge about you as a free agent expressing this formlessness into form is that you can choose which colors you're going to mix that day, so to speak. What form are you going to create? And then furthermore, on top of that, you're not going to create anything new structurally. Like this chair already infinitely existed as a chair. That potential, the potential of this chair, nobody designed this. An individual did not design this chair, then create that chair. It looks like that, but that entire process also already existed. Every component that could ever possibly be, that anything could ever be seemingly made out of within the illusion of this dream, this creation, consists of something that is timelessly existent. Then we use those different components, like a painter using pre-existent paint, combined in a new way, shaped in a certain way, in a certain pattern, that then produces a seemingly new configuration. But the paint, the energy, the existence it's using to create a new painting is of timeless, pre-existent potentials. So in other words, you can never create an experience that doesn't already in potential exist in infinity. So then what is relevant about your free will? You might say, because here's where a lot of non-dual teachings fall into the trap of sort of glorified nihilism. And then that's equated to awakening. Like, oh, there's no me, shouldn't do anything, everything's already here, whatever. But that's another thought. That's a perspective. It's not true. So then on top of all this, you're making your painting. Right now you're painting a painting. You're creating this experience, whether you understand how you're doing that or not. But within your consciousness, within your larger awareness, you are somehow projecting this movie. Somehow you're putting this in front of your own eye. And on top of that, why it's relevant to have free will is because, you know, one of those, as a kid I used to do these sometimes. You'd get a page in a magazine or something, and it would have like, you know, I don't know, like 200, 300 points, and then one would say 1, this would say 2, here would be 3, here would be 4, and then your job was to connect the dots, and then at the end of the day, some pattern, some theme, something would emerge. Remember those? It's a little bit like that. So every point, every potential experience you could ever possibly manifest, so to speak, already exists in potential. It's not new. You didn't create it. You cannot create anything. You can only choose. You can shift through. All the potential movie frames already exist. But the order in which you place the scenes and then run them through the light of consciousness will generate a timeline. All these points existing within infinity exist in a timeless state. That's why you cannot create anything that doesn't already exist. However, you can connect those dots in a unique way, according to your free will, that out of this timeless field of infinite points creates the illusion of, but still, creates a timeline. This then is your life. This is your movie. It's your live stream. It's what you experience as your life. And so the way that you go about that, the way that you learn from that and choose from that, is literally you, as an agent of infinity, gathering information through one unique pathway out of infinite points, with infinite pathways between infinite points. So we talk about infinity times infinity, which is a bit of a weird concept because infinity is already infinite. But imagine you have infinity, infinite potentials, plus on top of that, you have infinite ways to navigate between infinite points. That's a lot of infinity. That's a lot of different options. So we have here infinity times infinity exploring infinity. And this is how the Creator, through you, within its infinity, which is a unity, cannot ever become a duality, learns about itself. That's why you, as an expression of free will, are here. And this free will is eternal. Even if you return to your source completely, as sometimes is spoken about in terms of, you know, like final enlightenment or final absorption into the one source, like something like that, depending on the tradition, oneness with God. Even if you return completely your consciousness, your free will, to source, in the case of, say, a Buddha that has renounced or seen through all the desires for any of these paths, has seen through the illusory nature of it and somehow no longer desires to actively partake. And therefore, his quote-unquote free will, or hers, returns to reality, the underlying reality, becomes one with, indistinguishable from, Source. Even then, free will is still eternal. So there will come a time where the free will spark that was unique to Gautama the Buddha will re-emerge and choose another path. In some kind of a creation, might be a future creation from our point of view. But my point here with this is that your free will, your beingness, is eternal. Even if it merges with God, it doesn't make it go away. It doesn't make it die, because you've been created out of a timeless infinity. Therefore, whatever you are now will always exist. The forms will change, so that's to your free will, but that's why your form is not you. You are not this point, nor are you this point in the next moment, and then tomorrow you're not this point, and then the day after tomorrow you're not that point, you're not this. This is the movie you're playing out on behalf of infinity, so it can learn about itself in its expressed form. So all of this is symbolizing infinity and its potential. It's a symbolization. What you're looking at, what you're experiencing, the emotions, the themes, the suffering, the liberation, all of it is a journey between infinite pre-existing points, configurations of parallel realities that you're shifting through, depending on choice, vibrational calibration, what's relevant for you, and so on. And it's producing this unique perspective of infinity in a seemingly finite form. So free will's purpose is to gather information, to put it a bit clinically or scientifically. It's not so juicy to put it that way, but essentially your task, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to gather data and information on behalf of your source. But you will never disappear. Even when you take all that data with you through the black hole at the end of creation, back into the one infinite source whence creation emerged, you still exist even in that infinity, in that formlessness, and at any point, if your free will decides to re-emerge, it will. So even then you are not lost, you're just merged, you're indistinguishable from source. So do not fear the end of you through the path of non-duality or awakening or enlightenment. It's only the end of, but that will also be your freedom from suffering. It's the end of thinking that you are this, and then here, and then here, and then here. And that if you don't get to here and then here, you are an ugly motherfucker. And you do not deserve good things, and you do not deserve freedom, and so on and so forth. It's the end of that. So if you're attached to that and you enjoy that, then I do not recommend what I share here. But if you don't enjoy that and you see it has an expiration date and you are ready for freedom, and you're ready for love, and you're ready for awakening, and you're ready to know the truth, which you can know. I'm speaking here not from philosophy, I'm speaking from direct knowing. And so can you, because there's no difference. You and I are one. You and it are one. You are just another aspect of me, exploring in a different way, so that we all co-gather information on behalf of ourselves. Does this answer? You didn't really have a question, but does this? Okay, cool, sweet. Does anyone think water is more spiritually awakened than Coke Zero, by the way? Nobody? Yeah, a little bit? It's cool to admit that, right? Just to see all those silly little ideas we've conjured up, we've taught each other. And it's so stupid that these ideas cloud our judgment of what is true. But that's why it's so important to cut through that. Enlightenment doesn't look like anything. I mean, look at me. It doesn't look like your typical image. So it belongs to everyone, belongs to every form. There's no distinction there. You're free.
So I'm trying to put something in words that I just crossed my mind. So every single moment is a potential of infinite opportunities, right? So as I stand here, or we can look at the dualistic perspective that, let's say, we are in some shadow aspect. We are in depression or whatever. And in depression, I become present.
In depression, you become present?
Yeah, or
Okay.
you have anxiety, or you have this negative feeling. So you become present, and this is where these infinite possibilities exist in the presence. So does the presence automatically for you chooses the...
Say that again? Does the presence?
Okay, you become present.
Yes.
And does it automatically happen that the next step, like this transmutation that you, from depression, you move towards that positive feeling or positive way of being, does it happen automatically or you decided, you choose it?
Well, either way, you can choose it deliberately, but when you try, the problem is when you try to choose, and by all means try to choose that, it's not the worst thing to do, but so you have a depression point and you want to shift to a bliss point, let's say, or at least a point of feeling good, relief.
Or neutrality or something.
Or even neutrality, it would be a step up in a relative sense from depression. There's nothing wrong with that. You completely have that freedom, and ideally you exercise that freedom. You become a more conscious co-creator, co-chooser of the way that you explore on behalf of Source. However, there is an underlying assumption, belief system that I've been addressing today, which is very easily conflates with this concept of free choosing of a better state, and it distorts it. It makes it painful, it makes it ugly, it makes it a struggle, it makes it a strive, because it's based then in the delusion that if I shift from depression to neutrality or from depression to joy, if I can just change my state of being, my state of feeling, let's say, if I can change the way that I feel right now from negative to more positive, then somehow I'm going to, like, why? Let me just ask you why. Seems like a silly question, because why wouldn't you? But actually try to answer why. What do you hope to gain from neutrality or positivity rather than the appearance of depression?
So at the end of the day, it's only just a judgment of good or bad, and
that's that underlying point. That's that underlying, when we started to eat the fruit of the tree of knowledge of right and wrong, good and evil, we got kicked out of the Garden of Eden, or so the parable goes. So the moment you pick up that apple and you start eating from the tree of knowledge, specifically of duality, right and wrong, like you start knowing for yourself. First it's just God, just being, manifesting, boom, it's clear. And then there's this concept that arises that says, hey, wait a second, I know something, which is fine, you can do that. But then when you have that initial judgment of starting to categorize the realm of God, which is all there is, so this is the realm of God, you're looking at it, you're being in it. If you make this artificial distinction between some things are more God, closer to God, more inclined towards God than other things, now you're in some sort of a hell, so to speak. And so if you have that idea and you haven't seen through that idea, like I encourage you to do today, if you haven't fully released that yet, and you're not able to just rest in the perfection of it all equally, and recognize that God is present equally in every perspective, in every experience, in every configuration of parallel universes and so on. It is equally present. If you haven't gotten that through the thick skull of this human body, then if you pick up this idea of improving on your experience, you're gonna do it out of an instinctual seeking for liberation. You might not know that's why you're doing it. You might think it's for a different reason. But what you're really looking for is liberation. And now you're looking for liberation, or truth gnosis, truth knowing, in the alteration of experience. And now you're lost in your own dream, and you're disempowering yourself to your own dream, because you say, the state of how I feel, the painting that I'm painting, has an independent nature meaning it exists apart from me, the chooser. And so it's over there, or it's over here, because you feel it over here, but it's a real thing. It's there, and I'm just looking at it. I am over here as consciousness, and this depression is over here as an object that has actual existence, relevance, power, importance, gravity, and so forth. Now, I'm the victim of this. I am in relationship to it. I'm the subject, this is the object, and the object can control me. So let me change this object, let me fight my way through this object to turn it into a different object, and then unconsciously believe that equals liberation. But it doesn't. And we know that because it never ends. And we know that because we never find true satisfaction. So first, by all means, like I can choose to change my state of consciousness very rapidly compared to most human beings, because that comes naturally as an ability. You become master over the elements more and more, the more you rest in the basis of all elements, of all phenomena, of all perception. So controlling your mind for the spiritual seeker before his or her awakening is a painful job, no? To try to control your mind is painful. After quote-unquote awakening, you don't care about controlling your mind so much, but you can. It's much easier. You can switch, you can change, you can go from depression to bliss in an instant. But you're no longer doing it to recognize yourself. You no longer confuse it for me. Liberation is to not confuse me for anything that appears. That's when the stability naturally emerges. That's when the recognition naturally awakens to itself as it always already is. Now you're out of the realm of misidentification and the consequent suffering and the struggle and the delusion and the looking for it in time and space, and after that wall of your impurity and your unworthiness and your imperfections and your busy mind, all these excuses, when it's so simple and innate. Right now, something hears my voice. That which hears my voice is a formless power that is completely at ease with whatever happens to your body or your mind or your world. Already. So prioritize liberation more than changing your state or manifesting your life according to what desire anyway. And who has that desire? And why do you have that desire? Do you even know? Or is it layer of layer of layer upon layer of having outsourced yourself to the painting? You're like the painter that has made a painting and then forgot it's the painter. So it tries to feverishly change something, and it thinks it's this character in the painting that's suffering, or it's not quite perfect. It tries to change it. First, wake up to the distinction between form and formless, not separating them. The dream and the dreamer's mind are indivisible, but you can rest in a recognition of the paint as opposed to the form that the paint takes on. This liberates those ideas. You start to realize, hey, it is truly always already here. So what am I looking for, really? Why am I seeking it? And I love the seeking energy as long as it's applied directly to truth, because then it's a falling in love more than a seeking. If you get this, if you have uprooted this poisonous idea, and you see through it the moment it appears, the moment you start struggling to get somewhere, and you're like, hey, wait a second. Oh, I caught myself, nice. I'm looking for what's looking. But what's looking is already looking. So why would I go through this hassle to first rearrange the painting to then hopefully find the looking in a different experience? Do not look for yourself in any experience. Let all experiences be equal for just 2 to 5 seconds. Let them be as they appear to appear. And something opens up. This switch begins to naturally awaken self-recognition. It's that simple. You already know it. Let everything be as it is. Yeah, even that. Yeah, that too. Don't touch it. Don't touch your painting for 2 to 5 seconds. Don't touch it. And if you do touch it, then don't even touch the fact that you're touching it. If you find yourself still groping and touching, let that be part of the painting too, you see? So it's like You're not even trying to not do anything. So don't do non-doership either. It's an immediate, you see, it's instant. That's why you cannot do this as a practice over time. That's why I said at the beginning, imagine when you practice awakening, when you practice God recognition, self-recognition, remove all concepts of time from your awareness, then practice. Very little left to do. It's an immediate, in the moment recognition. It's instinctive, it's natural, it's innate, it's intrinsic to what you are. Let it arise, give it that space. And the best way to do that for most people is to not engage with their painting for just a few seconds. Just let it be. Then intuitively, you start to sense this space-like ease, this equality underneath all appearances. Then you become familiar with it. You start to prioritize it naturally in a relaxed way. You start to rest in this awareness, in this being, in this I am, in God. And then God becomes what you see, what you are, what you smell, what you breathe, what you speak, what you want, and so on and so forth. Where were we?
So just that I understand it correctly. So when we allow that shadow aspect, whatever arises, or even positive, so then we basically come closer to God, right?
Sorry, can you slow down a little bit?
So when we allow the feeling of depression, anxiety, whatever arises, we come closer to the God. And
when you allow, yes.
And over time, in physical reality, these negative emotions slowly dissipate on their own.
Correct. Correct. They become irrelevant.
So then back to the...
But this is a natural exhaustion that happens. The negative states disappear because once you see so clearly that no belief, no perspective has any real power over you, you stop investing in beliefs, period. Like it will seem so prehistoric to you when you think back of when you had beliefs. At some point, it will seem prehistoric. You'll see yourself with total love, not judgment, but kind of in a funny, silly way. You're like, wow, I was basically a Neanderthal for having any belief whatsoever about anything which is not needed and is not recommended. So, but the way to this is to let all your beliefs be as they are so you can see them for the fallacies that they are. And then, once you see that Santa Claus is not real, you will no longer suffer when he doesn't visit your house, right? You must believe in Santa Claus in order to be upset with Santa Claus for not coming to your house. Once you realize Santa Claus, hey, we learn early, huh? But you get the point, no? Early awakening, always a good thing. Sometimes it's a little rude, but... So, but you get the idea, if you don't believe in something, then it no longer conjures up the depression. And there's a whole other science behind why a particular perspective triggers the feeling state that we call depression, or why it triggers neutrality, or why it triggers positivity, or why it triggers bliss. There's this whole emotional guidance system that's very exact, that shows you exactly why or what you're thinking and where that exists on the spectrum of being a representation of truth. Is it closely representing truth, or is it moving away from truth in its thoughts? But then again, you shouldn't get lost in that science either, because then you're still giving away your source to things when it does not matter for awakening. But yes, the depression will naturally go. It might still take some time. You might still have those perspectives arise from time to time. But if you continue to, in the midst of that appearance, in the midst of the depression arising, in the midst of that triggering thought and that emotion, if in the moment, again, you can only practice now when you remember right now, in that moment, you relax all of your perspectives about it. You don't want anything from it. You don't want it to change. You don't know anything about it even. Just for a pure moment, few seconds in the midst of your depression, You let go of thinking you know what it means, where it should go, how it should change, what it means about you. You completely let it hang out. Just let it hang out in the ethers, exactly as it wants to appear. No change, no trying. And then you will naturally recognize this pervasive clarity, this spaciousness, this ease. And doing that a few times with something like a depression, or even one time decisively, with that thought that always formed your depression, it exhausts itself. Because the fuel is taken out. You're no longer fueling it with belief. You just let it be. It's naturally resolved back into non-duality or oneness or God's nature. And so now, instead of depression, you see God's nature. And when you see God's nature with sufficient clarity, I promise you, you will not be depressed. But that is a natural exhaustion. Rather than you trying to fix it and put it in place and then keep positivity there and avoid or fix the negativity, you know, there's a lot of lifetimes ahead of you. Sweet. In the back.
Thank you. Hi, Bentinho. Thank you for this talk. I've actually seen you a few years ago, and this is amazing. Thank you for your teachings. They've helped a lot.
Thank you.
I think I've been kind of practicing this awareness thing for a long time, and I've noticed that the more kind of spacious you become, the more there's this whole thing in the whole self-development world about limiting beliefs. But the more you kind of accept everything that is and have this direct experience with awareness and direct acceptance of everything, your life becomes very like cohesive. You realize that there's nothing that happens that's like out of the blue. It's just kind of like you take everything as some kind of reflection of something that's like discord within you. So I was just wondering, has that been your experience? And I think at the moment there is some kind of discord in a particular area where I'm just wondering whether it's best to just basically stay with the awareness and see whatever arises and just be honest in my actions and then let the chips fall where they may. But it's kind of tied to a family, so it's not as easy to, as you said, be detached from whatever comes from your actions. Because if I understand you correctly, it's that balancing between taking inspired action and at the same time remaining entirely detached from what then arises from that honest action.
Sweet. Thanks so much. Very good question. Well, first of all, let me clarify a little bit. I don't usually profess being detached because that's another state, typically. People enter into a sort of a state or they're trying to be detached. It's not about that. Although you could call it being detached, I usually don't call it that. It simply means to let everything be as it is, including your attachment. So if it's a family situation and you have ties, you have commitments, you have agreements, people seem to depend on you and so forth, and your integrity and honor is at stake, so to speak, within the dream, at least, then to try to create an experience of detachment inside of that experience can still form sort of a bubble that will make you take action that's not from the highest wisdom. Because you're still looking at it from a certain angle called detachment. So just be mindful of that. I'm sure you can avoid that if you've already had a lot of practice with resting in awareness, recognizing awareness. But just the difference between detachment and true detachment, which would be true renunciation of your own ideas about right and wrong, period. Your own ideas about anything. Detachment could be, an area within this wholeness. It could be, okay, detachment means I don't feel, or I'm not attached to the outcome of it and so forth, but that can easily turn into a state. And what's at the basis of this state? It's the same awareness that's at the basis of attachment. So it doesn't matter whether you're attached or detached. It's already perfect as it is. That's the seeing that we want to cultivate, to let this be as it is, not to justify anything, like, oh, it's perfect, so let's keep doing it. You know, I'm addicted, oh, that's perfect, let's keep doing it. It's not, I'm also not saying to say, oh, stop doing it. Neither. Like, just let it be as it is, just without any thoughts about it, without any elaboration. You know? Don't make it into anything. Just let it be an appearance. And then, if you let this be an appearance, and you don't grope for detachment or attachment, either way, you naturally enter into what you already are. There's just this all-pervasive allowance that naturally shines through. And that comes with an ease, a relaxation, and something you could call detachment, because you see the nature of it. So you're detached from the little points of view. So I just want to give that clarification. Now, in terms of your question.
I think to be like really specific, basically, I think when you start to live from this space of complete awareness, your need to validate, like your need to be validated from anyone, family members included, just completely disappears.
Nice.
So I'm in that space where I do not need anyone's validation. The reason I'm still like acting a certain way towards this person is because that's just my role in the family dynamic. And everyone has a role in their family dynamic, which they play out. But I've come to a point where I don't care to play this part anymore. Like, I just can't be bothered. So, but then it's like, is there anything to be done about that? Or do you just not talk? Because I also notice that the more you're in this, the less you have a need to talk. You just don't have a need to explain things, justify things. You just...
Great, great. So, if in that moment, when that question arises, so you're in the situation, or you're playing this role, and you notice it doesn't resonate for you anymore. It's just, it's tiring, it seems like a small game or an outdated game.
Yeah.
And it just is not, it doesn't feel like the highest, the most honorable, aligned way of expressing your painting, right? In that moment, then when you have that thought, oh, okay, so then what should I do? Because there's some perceived consequences here. I'm not sure how they're going to take it. Is this in or out of integrity? Am I supposed to just keep on doing this duty, knowing it's empty of an independent nature, just resting in awareness? Or must I take action? Is this true inspiration, or is this a remnant of my egoic preference, trying to make it good or right, and so on? When you have all that arise, just apply. You rest. You let that all be even. You notice that you have those belief systems arise, and for a moment, you let them be nothing. Just let them appear as they appear. You will contact, in that very moment, in that instant, you will contact a lightness, a clarity that's natural wisdom. It's got complete natural wisdom. And you will know exactly what to say. You will know exactly what to do. You will know exactly if it's the time to decide or not. So, yes, continue to rest, but not as a state that just keeps on grinding into duty that's set forth without any consideration for change, because that would also be a fixation. So feel free to change. Feel free to communicate a different preference to your family situation, the people involved, and follow that instinct towards something higher. But do it from a moment of clear recognition that whatever it is and whatever you think, it cannot be figured out into something. You let it all be free. And if you let it all be free, your state of being, quote unquote, detaches from the conditions and the thoughts and the considerations and the consequences. And in that moment of freedom, again, that backdoor breeze can come through, and it will instruct you with wisdom. You will just know what to do. And it will be a moment to moment to moment thing. It's not that suddenly, oh, I got to do this and then say this to that person and let them know this and write a postcard and then go there and then buy a house in France and then meet this guy over there or whatever. So it's got nothing to do with long-term planning decisions usually. Wisdom acts in the moment exactly to the degree that you're connected to that wisdom, that you're empty to that wisdom, that you're available to that wisdom, that you do not insist upon your own beliefs. So if you let all your beliefs just float in midair, not changing them, and instead you recognize the midair itself, the ease, the natural space, suddenly something elevates, something becomes clear, and you just instinctively exactly know what to say in that moment. And that's it. You apply it in that moment. Naturally, you allow it in that moment. And then you relax again. You recognize awareness again. And your points of view, your perspectives are again resolved. And you know exactly in that moment what the next step is. And you take that, or sometimes it is to just let it be in complete faith, not turn it into anything, not have any preferences, because you know it will resolve itself. Because like attracts like within the painting illusion. So if you just stay restful and free and joyful, at some point, everything that doesn't work with that, all the agreements, contracts, types of paintings, configurations that don't work with that, will naturally disappear. And something else will naturally be put in place. So you will attract what's good for you. You rarely have to make complex choices about that. And if you just continue to relax and trust and recognize awareness, the freedom as it is, the equality, the stability, the joy in that, it will inspire you with perfect wisdom, I would say, in that moment.
Amazing. Thank you for the reminder, because that's how it's been working with everything else.
Exactly.
It's just that when it comes to like close people, it gets a bit stickier. Yeah,
So,
thank you so much.
Beautiful. And this is a good point you're raising. What she said just now at the end was, it's been working with everything else, but, right? And so we all have that in our lives. We have the sticking point. We have a certain theme, just a certain perspective that's really seems consequential, that seems high risk, high reward, and so on. The thing to do is simply the same practice, and just be gentle with yourself. If you cannot find the same degree of relaxation and rest in that moment, that's fine, it will come. Continue to practice it in other moments when it does feel easy to access. Because this really is like developing a relationship that you have forgotten and rekindling it, and that takes, ironically, time. Or rather, it takes consistency or repetition. So with every 2 to 5 seconds of recognizing yourself, as opposed to being lost in a painting, just recognizing your innermost sense of me, I. Ah, okay, nice. I'm home again. I forgot myself. I recognize I'm right here. Wonderful. It feels spacious. It includes everything. It doesn't reject anything. It feels naturally, intrinsically powerful, potent, free, skillful, wise, and so on. That's a moment of shaking your own hand. That's a moment of getting to know yourself again. That's a little date with self. Okay, that's a little moment of acquaintance with God. So you keep practicing that in the moments that work for you, and that will naturally begin to translate into other moments, because at some point in this practice, you will really see what I've been trying to tell you here today, that there is not a single experience that's more or less rested in pure consciousness. That's not more or less. That's any more or less rested in God. So even then, when you still have like really painful triggers come up, let's say some trauma arises for you, but you've practiced with other perspectives, other experiences that were easier for you maybe to recognize awareness in, and you've gained more trust and confidence in yourself, in the nature of yourself, the indestructible freedom of your awareness, then now when suddenly this really painful, traumatic experience comes up, at some point, there will be something in you that knows that even this is perfect. Even while you still feel the sensations as they are in the process of exhausting themselves. Even when it seems really sticky and really complicated. You're like, oh my God, there's all these people in my life, and like, how am I going to tell them this? I want to move away from this. But my kids depend on me, or this or that, whatever. These complex situations that you cannot possibly seem to just trust back to ether, to space, to God. It's like you've gained so much conviction in that basis of awareness and the all-pervasive nature of it, even if you don't always feel it, but you know, there's a knowing, there's just a conviction of faith that even in the midst of that complexity and that chaos, and even the thought, oh my God, I cannot rest with this, fuck, where's my access to God? Where's my access to me? It's almost like me reveals itself saying like, I'm right here. Remember? Because you've practiced, usually, or just because you have a naturally high conviction after hearing this talk. But typically it goes along with some practice and exercise. So at some point it will meet you. You got to meet it halfway, many times, and then at some point it will do the work for you. You'll be suffering, and at the same time, something else will be looking through your eyes. You're like, oh, thank God, literally. So keep practicing in that sense, in a timeless sense, right? Again, letting it all be as it is, not trying to get anywhere. You just let it all rest in perfection. Even if it seems imperfect, imperfection is perfectly rested in awareness too. It's another perception in this unity basis. It just becomes more and more natural. Yeah, so then when you find your sticking point, see if you can practice, and if not, just be gentle with yourself. And what you might notice is when you reach the sticking point, like a perspective you've really believed in for so long, for instance, it's just so hard to see that it's not really true. If you then, in that moment, kind of like you were saying or suggesting to yourself, you even stop trying to practice. You even stop trying to will yourself to recognize God or space or anything like that. And you just have faith in your prior practice. You just have faith that that's the way that it is, and you don't even have to do anything towards it. Then again, chances are high that something will shine as if from the background into your foreground. It's like, when the sun suddenly hits your back after a cold England day. And you're like, just warms your whole body in an instant. It's like that. So more and more, the magic will happen for you. But you do need to open that valve, the ability to recognize it and to trust it, to rest in it. And more and more, you won't have any sticking points anymore. They will naturally be resolved, clarified, purified, call it what you will, thrown back into God, back into the furnace of I am, and alchemized.
Hi, Bentinho. Hi, Bentinho.
Try again?
Hi, Bentinho.
Now it's working.
Just to say, first of
Hi.
all, hi.
Hi. Hi.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Because we were with you since you were walking along saying a short video on bliss.
Oh, yeah.
And then all the Boulder talks. And we heard you say stuff like, you've never experienced a situation. And we went, and then all the infinity, the things that we paid $30 a month for, we did all of that as well. And we saw you in Amsterdam, and so just thank you so much, for all of that.
Thanks for coming by.
I kind of parted company with you for a while you were like really into manifestation, because when I looked, there was nothing in me that felt like it wanted to manifest anything. So in terms of the practice, it's always been attracted to towards being still, and then silent, and a long time ago, the internal voice that commented on stuff stopped commenting.
Nice, lovely.
And therefore, 90-odd% of the suffering disappeared. And so,
great.
I could say to people, I have no problems in my life. It doesn't mean that stuff doesn't happen, but there's no voice saying, that's a problem. Yeah. And of course, worry disappeared as well,
Yeah.
And then awareness showed itself. And it was like, whoa, we both had it at the same time.
Nice.
And that was largely Eckhart and yourself. But Muji just did that, pushed us over the edge into the recognition of awareness. And then it was like, wow, all of a sudden, all the seeking disappeared. And that felt so good after all those years. And then it felt like awareness had to work its way through all of the things that were still stuck. And then the beliefs, began to show themselves. And then as soon as they come into the spotlight, they're done. Their days are numbered. And then it was a process of, can I be awareness in this situation or doing this and all that kind of stuff? And then all the freedom of that, just showed itself. But because it felt like awareness was the answer. But after about, a little while, say 18 months, something like that, there was a recognition that it wasn't the final thing, because the sense of awareness was still individuated. So, just carried on doing the sitting still and not paying attention to any particular experience. Got to the point where when an experience showed itself in the spacious calm, nothing flickered. It just, things arose, but there was nothing went towards it. But again, I found in personal life that just being that, or one step to mention, was that it just became really ordinary then. Like, whereas at the beginning it was like, wow, it just became, it was like, that's what I was, or that's what, it's just like being in the present moment, that's just how it is. But then life showed me that it didn't cut it in certain instances, and my guru here, which is my wife, kept giving me instances, kept giving me situations where it wasn't enough just to be the awareness of everything. And so she was telling me all the time, where's the heart in it? And I was speaking to a Buddhist the other night, and he was talking about the 4 aspects of something, because they're quite big on numbers of stuff. And the equanimity, absolutely, is, like you say, it's unshakable. And the empathetic joy is there as well, the tears of joy for other people's, lovely things is there. And there's always been a sense of compassion for other people, but the aspect of heart hasn't been there. So that's just kind of where I was up to. And then about 18 months ago, listened to a Nisargadatta, and it looks like he only has the one thing to offer, which is what his master gave him, which was just to rest in the sense of being, which is, what you opened with today. And I wasn't quite sure what my question was going to be until I heard... Until you said, and then, you know, you can go into complete absorption, you know, with the totality. And, you know, it feels like, for whatever reason, you know, that's the only gig that's really going to do it. And this year in particular, you know, I'm really cleaning up my act so that I am, you know, always to go towards that I am always the biggest expression that I can be in my day. And the question is, given all of that, if I keep attending to the sense of being the, you know, the two things of knowing being, I've been paying attention to the knowing. But not to the sense of being.
Cool.
And I know it, but would your guidance be to do that? To, when I sit and I'm quiet, to attend to the sense of being.
Yeah, can you briefly define sense of being? Sorry guys, I have to ask you to define something.
Well, it's just as you described it a couple of times already today, that it's not a feeling. It's more of a sensing.
So when you say you've emphasized the knowing aspect, so it's the aspect of aware, the aware aspect.
Yeah, to the point of just resting as pure awareness, you know, not needing to take an object, for example, more of the non-dual side of it.
Okay. Two sides of the same coin. Awareness is, and isness is aware. Isness is another word for being. So you are, and intrinsic to that is an awareness of being, a knowingness. But when you are so, quote unquote, present to the knowingness aspect, did you not notice the isness in that? Is it without, because awareness is. It doesn't feel like being over here in the body, like some of the mindfulness practices. It's more like space is. Doesn't feel localized anywhere, but space is. So awareness is being awareness. You're familiar with that?
Yeah. So,
but what's your desire? So you're asking me for what would you emphasize? What would you continue to quote unquote recognize now?
So there's
what do you want to get out of this?
Well, there's still the sense of an individuated sense of all of that.
Okay, so
and when, you know, I listen to people talk about the absolute dissolution of everything, like Adyashanti or Sadhguru, I like the way he said it when he said he opened his eyes and he was just spread all over everything.
Yes.
And, you know, and Yogananda asked his master, who reappeared to him in a dream vision, you know.
So,
and he said that there was part of him, just as you said, the individuality, the flavor of you doesn't disappear when it merges with the whole.
The I am, which is this non-experience presence that knows everything that it appears to you right now. It is already pure, it is already universal, it's already all these things you hear about in the spiritual books and in the religions and so on. If you do not confidently know / experience that, if you don't experience, for instance, the universality or the oneness of everything, then it's simply because there is a subtle point of view, a perspective, sort of like a mental container, like a layer of the onion, that is still wrapped around that I amness. So there's still a little layer that is closer, it's got a bigger connection here to that pure I amness than your previous connection when you were in a more sort of fixated state. And you kind of expanded by resting in awareness. And the more you rest in this awareness, this I am, the more these layers dissolve. They go poof, they go poof, they go poof, they go poof. So it is kind of like space unfolding itself from typical space-time, objects, form, and so on. It's like space becoming more and more space-like. Space becoming pure and purer, freer and freer of objects, of ideas, and positions, and subtle layers. Now, in spirituality, there's a lot of teachings, and these teachings can be interpreted, and in religion as well, they will be interpreted. So it forms a subtle description that is infused because of your prior practice with the recognizing awareness, or I am. You will have a sense developed of this I amness and this beingness and this awareness, but it's still confused. It's still seen through a subtle filter. It's still held by a subtle layer of the onion. Does that make sense? No? Yes? So it's like a pure light, and then you have multiple lenses in front of that light. Okay, the last lens has the most distorted version of light. So let's say the most quote-unquote unconscious person that you can find on the streets of London. You bump into them. Hi, mate, or whatever, I don't know. Sorry, I should have worked on it. It was pretty bad. Okay, so you bump into this guy. You can you can think whatever, however that sounds to you, and let's say, stop it, Corey. And let's say that this guy is completely oblivious of pretty much anything. Like he's never heard of consciousness, and even in that state, okay, so we're talking like, even in that state, inside of his filter, inside of his frame of reference, inside of his bubble, you can see, okay, these are bubbles within the I am. If the I am is space itself, then there's subtle bubbles that are kind of expanded and rich, and they're permeable. Like they let through a lot of the I amness. It's like having all your back doors and windows open in your house. It's still a bubble, it's still a point of view, still sense of location, and I am this person over here in some way, shape, or form, or I am this entity over here. That's a bubble, it's a filter, it's an interpretation, it's still a description of phenomena. It's not completely formlessly free and perfect as it is. At least that's not recognized yet. So it's still bought into, it's still believed. The true self is still conflated with that box. Got it? Or with that lens in front of the light. And a few lenses down, this guy on the streets of London who has no clue about anything, he doesn't even know he has emotions. Now, even this guy is aware. And if you were to ask him, if he understands English and his brain is intact, if you were to ask him, are you aware? He would have to say yes. Right? So even within the tiniest box or belief system or bubble or container, there is always the essence. It might be a very, very tiny house, but that tiny house still has space inside of the house. And whatever is inside of your bubble, you can recognize. Whatever is outside of your bubble, you typically don't recognize. You can let it through intuitively or through faith or through resting. That expands the bubble, that purifies, that dissolves the veil. But if you have this very tiny constricted house, like traditionally raised, and you hardly even think for yourself, you're never very present to anything, even in that little box of ideologies, there's still a space. You can never come to a belief system that has no space inside of it. So ask this, goon on the streets, and he will still have to be able to know that he is. Make sense? Now, let's say that he takes up a spiritual path. He starts meditating a bit, or he comes to a session like this. And he begins to recognize, oh, wait a second, oh yeah, I'm not my thoughts, for instance. A very good, basic, but very, very good foundational insight. Suddenly, someone points out to him at the seminar, can you see that you're not your thoughts? And he starts to be aware of his thoughts. It's like, oh, that's cool. My thoughts are over there, so to speak, appearing to me, whatever this me is. So he has a mini awakening. And now his bubble expands to this bubble, which includes his former bubble, but that might be kind of popped, so that's no longer a discernible bubble. He's now in a bigger mansion. He's in a more spacious house, right? Which means that his bubble, his mental box of descriptions has become closer to what's true about him already. The purity that's already pure, the freedom that's already free, the space that's already space-like. No, he goes even deeper, or he studies some of the deeper works. And then he practices, he begins to recognize this awareness and the fact that it's not his thoughts. And suddenly, he starts to see through a lot of his assumptions about reality, about life, about materialism and objects in this room and so forth. And he really begins to quote-unquote expand into, and comparatively, so between this house and this house and this house, he would say, I'm awake, at least initially. When he initially goes from this to this, that would feel, for all intents and purposes, that would feel like an awakening. Make sense? Because it is an awakening from this, but it doesn't mean that I am is purely understood completely, formlessly, indivisibly, in the pure original oneness as it actually is. There's still a veil over it. And what you often see in practitioners of I am or awareness is that what they're at some point left with, which is one of the subtler veils, if you will, and this might not be exactly what you're dealing with, but it is universal enough for me to address it within this outline, is the sense of location. It does apply to what makes it seem like I am is individuated. Now, it is individuated as well, but that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean you're not already one, non-dual, and universal. The individuation aspect coexists with this. Individuation is not a bubble. What's a bubble is the sense of location, for instance. Okay, sorry if I lost some of you. But, okay, so you're recognizing I am. You're recognizing the reality, the existence of awareness, of I am, of being. But it feels like that I amness is here. You know? Familiar with that feeling? Oh, wait a second. Let me come back from my delusion and I am over here. It is usually a sense of the body being present, or maybe slightly behind the head, like a presence of, oh, awareness is over here. Or like your aura, for instance, like, okay, kind of like a blob of energy, my I am is over here. Make sense? You can recognize that, right? The sense of presence is still, and then you still think, or you still interpret that very subtly as separation. Okay, my I amness is over here, but the wall of the room is over there. And I do not feel one with the wall. I can feel my I amness. I can feel the awakeness, the brightness, the awareness that's here, but then that wall still seems to have an independent nature, and I still seem to be over here. So this is, for instance, I amness that's still assumed, still believed, still perceived to have a location. But if you inquire, if you enter into this, if this is a house, and the outline of the house is called location, this is house location. But if you investigate the space inside that house, okay, so you have your sense of I am over here. But if you look within that, if you distill from that, the actual presence itself, it will deconflate like a piece of sticker, sticker paper being pulled off. A transparent sticker, so you don't see the difference. You see the I am, but you don't notice it still has a veil over it. Then if you distill, process of distillation, you purify something from its pollutants and so forth. So if you take the pure water inside of your sense of I am over here, and you distill it, it will exit the sense of over here. The over here house building will collapse. And you'll see that the space inside the house is the same as the space outside the house. This will happen deeply intuitively, instinctively, directly in consciousness. It's not something you can really think about. The essence here to take away from all this, that you can apply to everything, to your deepening. When I said it's the beginning, when you recognize I am over here, it's the beginning of your journey. It ends the lateral searching in all the wrong places. Like, oh, I want this new little tree next to my house, and I want this perfect partner over here. That is the seeking, quote unquote, that ends. It's the misguided trying to find liberation, which is self, in the painting, right? That stops. I mean, depends on you, but that at least is now brought into perspective, and you have different priorities. They change to more vertical. So then you begin to realize, hey, I'm not my thoughts and my emotions. They appear in me or to me, and so on and so forth, which is an awakening. But that's the beginning. And then you, as you progress, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's solid awakening. But as you progress, your perception refines itself. And you move through subtler and subtler layers of the onion. They just unpeel, they unpeel. Until, if you really sort of realize this in its essential naked purity that cannot be described, you can then not describe it anymore to someone who lives here. Like, it will not make sense to them. Because I am is still tainted with, it's still filtered by, it's still assumed into this or that assumption of space, of time, of form, of being a body, of having a location, of gravity, things like that. But every time you have a box like that, a container, where you combine I amness plus, say, location, or I amness plus my body. For instance, I am my body. It's a very common feeling, right? I am my body. There's two components to I am my body. I am my body. And you could replace this with anything, whatever your identification or veil consists of. But in this case, it's a very popular one. I am my body, or I am my mind. If you can distill the I am, recognize the I am, emphasize the I am part, and recognize the perception of your body is just a perception inside of that awareness, it turns inside out. The distillation happens. Does this make sense? It's very technical, but yeah. So we always have I am, or awareness, plus some assumption. Space, time, body, form, feeling, meaning, whatever it is that you give, that you still believe in, you could say. And then you look at that, okay, I am my body. Look at that sense. Or I am my mind. Look at that sense. And then you see, wait a second, there is I am, that pure knowing that I exist, which does, I cannot say it has a form, but then in addition to that, I'm assuming or projecting, I'm combining it with the feeling and the image and the label of the body. And now it seems to be sort of a mixed pot. And now the I am is sort of infiltrated by this subtle mental projection of I am the mind. But if you look straight at it in restfulness, you can see that the mind is an appearance in awareness. Awareness and the mind are not mingled like one construct. Same with the body. What does the body consist of? It's an experience of a bunch of images in your mind, assumptions from the past, labels in your head. You have an image of your body. You have a sense of your body. But that's distinct from the sense of awareness itself. If you can bring that restful awareness to your feeling of the body and see that awareness precedes, is the basis of the body, such a quote-unquote purification or up-level or expansion occurs. You've distilled the already pure I am from another subtler layer of the mind's imagination. So the more and more you go beyond your layers of imagination, the more purely God will shine forth. The more purely you will know what God actually is. And it will not be distinct from I am. Because only from this perspective of I am plus a body inside of space-time, inside of a room on planet Earth in London, if you combine those and you don't see that they're distinct, that there's awareness, plus the sense of the body as an appearance inside of awareness, if you're in your mind, there's sort of one, oh, I amness is over here, then, of course, God is not going to be here, it's going to be there. You're going to project God or source or liberation still outside yourself. So, but I want you to just understand that it is in the I amness that you find your freedom, your truth, the truth, beyond all deception. And then there will be layers, there will be subtler points of view, your perception will expand, it will become subtler. And that is the journey, but it's a journey that's direct. Does that make sense? It's not this confused, endless journey that just never fucking stops. And it sucks ass. It's an adventure. It's an adventure. It's an adventure. And it's purifying, it's liberating, just more and more. So, your I am is already universal. And the way you talked about it reveals that you're subtly projecting it from a sense of location as being beyond you. So you haven't fully taken back your I am sense yet and resolved this whole sense of location and the subsequent projection of universal awareness elsewhere or beyond. You haven't yet seen that that's happening inside of you too. Does that make sense? Mike is not working. Testing.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Is that it?
It's working.
Yeah, I said to Anthea on the way here, it could well just be that I'm looking at it from a place of I'm not there yet, and that's
exactly.
That's all it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Always already the case.
Yeah.
The highest realization you can ever think of is always already here. That is really what I would like you to take away here, even if it's just intellectual for now. But it will find root, it will find ground. Just remind yourself of this. Whenever you find you're looking for something, remember, whatever you're looking for, and much more, is already established. It's already true. You just don't see it because of the descriptions you're buying into. So then rest the descriptions. Rest in the natural space of being. And it will just be known by you because it's innate. It's natural to us. It's completely part of our instinct, part of our nature. You just have to give it enough space, enough restfulness, enough relaxation, enough trust to reveal itself here and now. And it will come with that sense of clarity, that awakeness. And that's the beginning. And it just becomes more and more awake, more and more awake, more and more awake. It's like different degrees of wakefulness in your dream. You know, sometimes you just vaguely remember that you had a dream. Sometimes you were kind of conscious that you were dreaming, but not really. It was sort of murky and da-da-da. And then you were super lucid that you were dreaming and you could move mountains and control everything. And then you woke up and you're like, oh, the whole dream wasn't there to begin with. So it's like that. But this is already the case. Even when you're dreaming at night, you're also laying in your bed in the waking reality. You just haven't opened your eyes yet, but you are there. So everything you want to accomplish on the spiritual path or the religious path or the scientific path, ultimately is already the case.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
It's nice to meet you. I've flown in from Switzerland. I haven't come across your teachings until very recently. There was a Facebook ad, and I was curious to be in the same room with someone who is embodying the I am. My I aming has taken about 5 years. I feel like I'm in a state of embodiment or process of embodying this now. It's very exhilarating, it's quite ecstatic, it's amazing. So many miracles are coming forward, so much information. I feel like I'm quite multidimensional, though, at the moment, and I'm not sure whether I'm supposed to be anchoring more into this I am presence or enjoying the full multidimensionality of everything that's coming through. I spend a lot of time with the Ascended Masters, who are ascended beings, non-physical in their etheric mystery schools. They've taken me to a place that I can define as like the Leela, the cosmic joke, where of course the joke was on me, which was a delight. They're staying now to step into service. The only thing is that I don't know how to serve because I kind of talked myself out of a job because I used to be in healing, but I don't see anything to heal because everything's so perfect, and I don't want to impact other people's free will choices of allowing them to wake up into this incredible reality, new reality. So what is service really now if we're supposed to be coming into these higher, more expanded states of awareness where we start to lose ourselves, we're just in the oneness, and yet there is this call of like the divine bodhisattva to step forward to assist humanity. But how do we assist when there's nothing to save? Am I on another massive ego trip, another spiritual one perhaps? And have you met the Ascended Masters, and what would you say about aliens too?
Sweet. Well, hello, nice to meet you. I'm just curious what you want, regardless of what any Ascended Master tells you.
I'm literally in a state of no need. I've lost all attachment to small self. There's nothing to do anymore. It's like the state of being that is just sort of an emanation in some way.
Well, that's service to start with.
Okay. But in terms of desire, I'm feeling very free of that.
My experience is that if I don't cling to an idea, to the idea that everything is perfect already, therefore there's no reaction to that in terms of a non-service, which is a subtle idea. It's also the truth. Everything is already perfect. But if it's also a subtle filter, it's still causing a deception or a veil that will then have a reaction. So, for instance, yes, everything is perfect, but that includes service. That includes healing distortions of people that are already perfect. So if we have now the idea of everything is perfect, it's a linear idea. It's linearized. Once it's linearized, we have again right and wrong in some subtle way, some duality of because as long as there's a therefore, it's an idea. If it's like, oh, all is one, therefore, who cares? It's an idea. If there's a everything is perfect, therefore, in true awareness of perfection, there's no therefore. There's no conclusion. So this is how you can catch yourself when you have, in addition to recognizing the real freedom, maybe you have also, your mind's also entertaining a imagination of it that's then causing another duality. And that will or can block or obscure natural service, just natural wisdom acting in the moment without the question of how to be of service. So, no therefores are present in natural recognition. If there's a therefore, there must be an idea. So that's how you can catch what might be impure or something you can release from your awareness, is the image of everything is perfect, therefore. I understand what you mean, obviously, but I do think it lives as a subtle idea that's causing an unnecessary subtle blockage of some kind that's then causing this question. So if you were to let go of that idea as well, you would find that in the true presence of awareness, free as it is, without any ideologies applied to any appearance, just space. Just space. Also very grounded, also very skillful, also very communicative. Doesn't need to think, it doesn't need to believe, but it's here. And it's there, it's everywhere. Like space. Resolved. No ideologies. Then in that natural intrinsic self-awareness, awareness aware of itself, there is direct, immediate knowingness of wisdom, even without calling it absolute and relative. But there is a natural knowingness in that moment how to act in relative. There's an impulse or an inspiration, you could say, or a knowingness of what to do. So I'm saying that if you resolve this subtle veil, if you notice, wait a second, there is a subtle, as you said, a subtle spiritual idea or identity because of that idea, because of that subtle projection. That's a version, it's a copy of the real freedom, but now it has words to it and it has a perspective that's also made of the space of awareness. So if you can recognize the space of awareness in the idea, everything is already perfect, so why, therefore, if you wait a second, that is a subtle appearance in the actual freedom. And then in that moment, or maybe a few moments later, once that has exhausted itself, and you recognize again the actual pristine presence of awareness, the brightness increases naturally. You will be moved, so to speak. And there's no question about it, yes or no. There's no doubt about it, yes or no. Because there's no idea for it to be bumping into. Such as everyone's already perfect, so why heal? Maybe it is your calling to heal, for instance, right? Let's say it's your calling to heal. Not as this big plan that you're going to be a healer and nothing else. But like in that moment, there's an impetus, there's a movement towards offering healing that day. Maybe tomorrow it's different, but that day, there's a natural impulse, and you can heal somebody because you've been in touch with freedom. And so, but there is also this copy of freedom called everything, you're already perfect, and I don't want to mess with your free will, which are true also, but they also have a copy. You also have a copy of them in the mind. So then if you see them from the copy, not from the actual spontaneous formless wisdom that instructs without interruption, but you have this subtle filter of, hey, they're already perfect, the natural wisdom is blocked. Then the question arises, what shall I do? Shall I continue to rest in awareness, be in the I am, let it all be perfect? Or shall I go and heal? But then what about this? What about that? Healing doesn't quite fit the image of everyone's already perfect. But if you don't call it healing, and you don't call them perfect or imperfect, you're just naturally resting, free. You let everything be free as it is. There will be direct wisdom that just takes shape without question. And then there will be no question in that regard. There will be total trust, a knowingness. Sweet. Thank you.
What about the aliens?
What about the aliens? They are among us. Contact is imminent. That's all I'll say about that for now.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
So, I mean, it's all interesting what we're talking about. My recent question after all awareness and experience that I still live in, and I know is a lot to get through to get to the more major
the mic a
point.
little bit closer. Thank you.
More major point. But what I recently came across is realization that as Earth, as a living being, she has its own experience, and the cycle of rebirth is 25,000 whatever like years. And if we go back to history and how the Maya and prehistorical civilization were counting, following the cosmos and stars to prepare to save the humanity, like Cappadocia, so the like people that build in the cities underneath because the earth itself.
And what's your question? I sort of get the direction you're going in.
My question is, I don't know, how do we ease the suffering of humanity while the earth gonna rebirth itself with natural disasters and all the things is going? How do we help the humanity after our like children, our
sweet
generations?
Thank you so much. The real cleanup of planet Earth is the cleanup of our ideas. So ideas are a subtler form than physicality. And subtle always precedes what is more gross or physical. So there are subtler levels, there are subtler levels, there are subtler levels. For instance, if you make a change on a very subtle level, it's going to have an impact or influence or change on a grosser level, a more physical level. Does that make sense? For instance, if you have a thought which is a subtle thing, that worries about something, that is stressed about something, the physical body will then reflect that as a physical tension, right? So there's a subtle level, and then there's a more physical level. The physical level is mirroring the subtler level, and there's a subtler level beyond the subtler level, and so forth. So that's why changes that are made at the subtlest level in your consciousness have the most cascading impact on your experience in all the lower levels, if you will. Does that make sense? So it's just the basic premise, real quick. But what we see on Earth, physicalized, warfare, pollution, conflict, so forth, these are physicalized expressions of the level of ideas, beliefs, and ideologies. Ideologies have ruined this planet, let's be clear. And so you're guilty of that. That's something you have to recognize. You're pure, so don't worry about it. You're infinitely perfect and timeless. But you can, simultaneously, you can acknowledge that you've had your ideas that you've been unwilling to let go. Right? We call it righteousness. Make sense? So there's an idea, you believe in it, someone challenges you on it or asks you to maybe relax a little bit about it, and you're like, no. You know? No. That's righteousness. That's ideology. Right? Activism, things like that. Not that they can never have a useful holistic purpose, they can, to call attention to certain things, but the energy of activism in all of its forms, and you do this in your relationship, by trying to be an independent woman, for instance, or by trying to be this kind of a man, for instance. You do it in the world, in politics, by shouting from the rooftops what you believe is right. You know, so that we're all guilty of in our daily lives, not just on a political level of ideologies or a religious level of ideologies. Across the board, any idea, any belief that you entertain creates a vortex when you believe in it. And that vortex has a power to create. So I just want you to understand that the state of planet Earth over the millennia has been co-created by its shepherding species, which is the human form, human being, the human mind. And collectively, the vibrations of all the ideologies and how they do not mesh well together. If we all had the same ideology, then at least there'd be harmony on Earth. It may be complete delusion. It may be like a super weird religion. Like in my book, I write, like, let's say that a tribe believes that that we're ruled by purple monkey overlords, and everyone really believes that. To us, that would seem delusional, but it seems just as delusional to me, every single thing you believe in, pretty much, or that I believed in. So ideologies are delusions. By definition. An idea is untrue by definition. That's why it's an idea. You get that? Simple physics. If it was real, it'd be called reality. An idea by definition is not true. You get it? So we're constantly bathing in a soup and entertaining a soup of unrealities, ideas that to some degree or another go against the intrinsic infinite oneness intelligence of Source. So we're always battling. Every idea is fighting a little battle against oneness. When you believe that, when you put the force of a human mind invested in that, behind that idea, it will concretize. It will become concrete. It will crystallize. And so what we see on Earth is all a reflection of the collective ideologies and their relative conflict with each other. Again, like I said, if we all chose the same delusion, at least there would be harmony or more of it, because there wouldn't be this constant conflict on the more subtler etheric mental realm of our collective consciousness that then has to express itself as all these things. So that's sort of the nature of it. That's how we're guilty of it, which is fine. It's just to acknowledge that, so then we can be more aware of that. And we can take it more seriously, and yet lightheartedly, because we're already perfect, but we can prioritize a little bit more the next time that we're righteous about something in our argument with our partner, because we're polluting the planet. We're destroying Earth. If you don't get that, like Abraham Hicks says sometimes, if a brick would fall on your head every time you have a negative thought, you'd pay attention. So if you have no sense of consequence to your actions of belief systems, what they do in the world, how damaging they are, how detrimental they are, then who cares? You'll be righteous, you'll be lazy, you'll Netflix it away, and you'll have the same conversation with your partner the next day, not understanding that you're polluting the planet directly. It is like pouring, and then you might be recycling an ideology, ideologically recycling your trash, but at the same time, you're completely righteous towards your partner, and you're pouring all this, toxic waste into the planet, and you don't realize you're doing it. And then you're also being hypocritical, right? Because you're also fighting for recycling. So if we're not aware of how the mental plane and our righteousness and insistence negatively impacts the world, then we'll, if no one holds us accountable, then all we have to deal with is a disgruntled partner. And then we can choose, okay, how disgruntled do I want him or her to be today? Well, I can tolerate like 50% disgruntled, so I can be 50% righteous. Tomorrow maybe I'll do 80%, the next day 20%, I'll see, whatever I feel like. Because there's no consequence, right? So please realize that every time you believe in something, now if it's a truly holistic belief and it's a truly positive vibration, then it can have a healing impact because we're already quite low, or you could say high on the toxic scale. So therefore, every sort of holistic, positive, beautiful thought that's closer to oneness and infinity and abundance and so forth will have a cleansing effect to some degree. But nothing will cleanse as much as no longer being a believer and seeing the true light of the Creator shine through all appearances. So by resting in the pure space of being, of knowing God as all, we are cleansing the planet. It's the best service we can give. So that's most important in terms of how can we effectuate that? How can we be of service in that way? Then yes, there is an intelligence to the appearance of the earth, and it is a being of a different type as a human being, but it is a type of being. And it does have a shakeout process every 25,000 or so years. And so in this case, it's evolving, it's growing into activating its next density, as it's called. So it will become suitable to a higher density overall vibration. And that emergence of that higher density frequency is currently pushing out all the frequencies and the ideologies and the crystallizations of these ideologies, such as whatever, politics, organizations, companies, brick walls, and so forth, and continents and stuff like that. It does push that old stuff, in a sense, out of the way. It's like a purging. It's like a cleansing from the inside out. It's like a spiritual coup. And it is overturning our existing government. And by that, I don't just mean government, I mean us. Because we're the government of Earth. We're the shepherds of Earth. Or at least we were supposed to be. So there is a shakeout happening. And some beings will align with the shakeout. And others will not align with it so much. And so there will be a splitting off into parallel realities. Each will experience the relative reality that's relevant for them. And other beings will experience the relative reality that's relevant for them. So the paintings, the concession painting of planet Earth and the human collective has been already for quite some time, but more and more so, has been separating into multiple paintings, multiple collective paintings. So these are like parallel realities of a collective nature. You also within that have your individual agreement, but if your individual energy agreement ideology matches with a particular collective parallel reality, frequency, because all these realities coexist within one another, because there is no real space-time. It's all dreams. So if you have a dream that's compatible with the collective dream at that particular level of overall frequency and the theme that it's exploring, you will experience yourself as part of that collective. And other beings will experience themselves as part of some other collective. But the splitting of timelines, before this we were more like one soup, one agreement of a certain nature, but now it's advancing to where it's becoming multiple layers or multiple timelines. So there's nothing to worry about. Each will find their own. It's like the Mandela effect that's been recently discovered, right? If not, you can look it up. But it's essentially one of the effects that's now becoming revealed due to this process of the Earth evolving, or the consciousness of Earth evolving, which we are agreeing to be a part of within the painting, where people remember different realities with complete certainty. Like Snow White said this instead of that, or things like that. It's called the Mandela effect because some people believe Mandela, I don't even know which one's real anymore, but some people feverishly believe Mandela died in prison, and others believe that he didn't. So that was why they called it the Mandela effect, but then they found countless of examples where people absolutely for sure claim, like by the millions, this is what happened. And then there's millions of others that say, no, I know for sure, 100%, this is what happened. Or this is what that brand was called, for instance. So that's just one of the aspects in which you can sense what's going on. And it's due to the splitting apart, because there is two realities and more realities where Mandela did die, where he didn't die, and so on and so forth. These are all real. People remember different ones because they actually experienced different ones. But then there is this weird blending effect where suddenly people from different past timelines are grouped together due to this sort of weird vortex facing that's happening now. And so they have a difficulty reconciling some of the memories from these parallel realities. Anyway, not to get too weird and metaphysical, but it doesn't matter for awakening. Okay, awareness doesn't care. Freedom doesn't care. It doesn't mean anything for your freedom. But that is more or less my answer to your question.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Just behind you. Oh,
Hi, Bentinho.
am I over time?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have time?
Can you ask it super quick?
Yeah,
and
hi,
then I'll
Bentinho.
try to answer super quick.
First time here. Thank you for sharing your findings. With me, the question is like, I find it quite okay to put myself into a blissful and present state and get closer and closer to the I, to my true essence. The false part of me, or my false version, where it really struggles is with detaching myself from external suffering. When it comes to kind of mastering my own suffering and, let's say, transforming that into something good, it's okay. But let's say if I'm having a good day, for example, and blissful day, and I get in touch with a family member, or even I go out and I see something that touches me, like somebody kind of begging for food, or I go on the news and I see...
Sorry, can you get to the question?
Yeah, the question is like, how can I detach myself from external suffering? How can I master that?
Same approach. Don't do anything. Don't try to detach.
Yeah, but without kind of feeling like indifference towards what's
I'm
happening
saying
out there?
allow yourself to be affected as well. If something affects you, that's part of the tapestry. Again, if you separate and you're like, okay, I am affected by this thing, and now I need to get this thing to feel better about that thing, you're lost. And it's a struggle. Seeking becomes a struggle. It becomes lateral instead of vertical. It becomes horizontal. So let it be. That's just an illusion that you are affected, and it's an illusion that that's wrong, and it's an illusion that being affected hurts you. Even being affected in body, mind, energy, aura doesn't affect you. It's just part of the painting that looks ugly. It looks painful. It looks affected. But the paint is not affected by the shape of being affected. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's just allowing to feel like that, but not judging.
Exactly. Yeah. Don't know anything about it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
If you completely don't know anything about what you heretofore described, the thing disappears altogether.
Because that would be like judging God, isn't it?
Exactly.
Even the man on the street, he's God in itself as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Just rest with God. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Before you leave, one second before everybody leaves. Thanks so much, Bentinho. Just a quick question. How does everybody feel after a few hours of that? Do you notice a deepening? It's beautiful, huh? I mean, just to actually spend a little time and bring some attention to that shift that happens over just a few hours of this. And if you love that, I hope you know that we have a weekend retreat in Amsterdam coming up, August 9th and 10th. It's called the Weekend Immersive. And after that, in October, we have a week-long Zenith retreat in Croatia at a private island resort. So that's going to be absolutely amazing. It's what I'm most looking forward to with this whole God tour. We're able to make these Freedom Talks free thanks to ticket sales of the other events and donations. Thank you guys so much. So if you do want to donate and support or buy t-shirts, the QR code is in all of your pamphlets, and it's also available in the back, and it's on the godtour2025.com. We really appreciate that. And finally, there will be a free integration class with Rome and Mark. Neither of them are here right now. They're teammates, and there is our app, Massaro University is our app. They're gonna do a free integration class. So if any of you want to take some of what you learned today and deepen it and apply it with a couple people that have been really immersed in this work, I recommend attending that free Zoom class with Rome and Mark. You can find the information again in your pamphlet, so hang on to those. Okay, everybody, you are released. Thank you all for being here.